Good evening, everyone. My name is Laura Schifrin, and I'm calling the meeting of the Select Board to order on May 13th, 2025 at 5 p.m. Roll call, please.
Veronica Cal present.
Good at present.
And Laura Schifrin present. Would you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd like to thank all of our veterans and all of those currently serving here and abroad, as well as our first responders and their families as well. The meeting is being recorded and will be uploaded to YouTube. Is there anyone else recording the meeting? Hearing none. Additions or deletions? I do have a deletion in a joint meeting. Do I want to wait until the meeting itself and then make the deletion? It's the one with planning board.
Yeah, I think you can probably do it when the time comes.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I did have a request. For part of the TA updates and reports, there's something that the police chief wants to present. He's supposed to be here maybe around 5:30 or so. So after the joint planning board meeting, maybe we can
Take out of order?
take it out of order so that he can present what he needs to and then
Okay.
move on with
Is the board fine with that?
Yes,
Any
absolutely.
objections? Okay, thank you.
What's up?
Madam Chair, the addition was points.
16,
For the,
it's on the agenda, but that's an addition to the agenda?
that was an addition, yeah, that's why it was revised.
Okay. So we're adding 4.16, which is the discussion of open meeting law complaints. Any objections? Hearing none, that is added.
It's on the one that's published as well, yes.
Whatever is in our packet for us to follow. So that's 1.4. 1.5, review, approve the meeting minutes of March 24th, 2025. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the meeting minutes of March 24th, 2025.
For a second,
Yes, second.
any discussion? I gave my edits, I thought they were fine. Anything?
I wasn't there, so I'll abstain. March 24th.
Okay. Veronica?
It's fine.
Okay. Then I'll entertain a vote.
Veronica Cal, yes.
Abstain. Good at
And Laura Schifrin, yes. Thank you very much. So now our next agenda item is at 5:15. So why don't I go to something that we can, 7:15. Okay, can I go down to 3 and do the appointments? We have a volunteer request form from Daniel Gilshine for the Board of Registrars. And that is 3.1. Is there a motion?
I move that the board appoint Daniel Justine to the Board of Registers, effective 5/13/2025, with the term to expire 3/31/2028. Reappoint, sorry. My bad.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll take a vote, please.
Veronica Cal, aye.
Good at Chai.
And Laura Schifrin, aye. Congratulations to Daniel Shine.
these could be pretty lengthy.
Yeah.
Let me see.
We are in for a long meeting.
Sabrina, do you think the contract with Roselli might be short enough or discuss?
That's 4.12. Veronica, do you have any comments to that? 4.12? No.
Yeah, there must be short enough.
Okay, then we will go to 4.12. Yes.
Pending with town council right now,
Okay.
So then, is this a contingency then, a contingent?
Okay. Your certificate of insurance. I'll entertain a motion to approve, subject to the receipt of the certificate of insurance.
I move that we accept the contract with Roselli and Clerk for Auditing Services FY 25, FY 26, FY 27, contingent upon the receipt from, I'm sorry,
Insurance certificate.
insurance certificate.
Is there a second?
Second,
Any further discussion?
I'm just looking at this right now.
I know you're part of the recommendation.
Yeah,
My only question is it usually for 3 years?
we were looking for 1 year, with, the option of additional years.
Okay,
And so that's the contract price to be paid. Contract shall not exceed 29,000 in FY 2025, 30 in Flex to engage for a third year, 31,000 in FY 2020. Single audit under the rules, an additional charge will be assessed as described in Exhibit A. So it should be, I think it was 4,000, and then if there's another one, it's 2,000.
it seemed a very modest increase.
It's an additional audit that needs to, if you have above a certain amount of money in federal grants, you need to have the single audit, so. I don't see Exhibit A. Do you guys see Exhibit A?
Was that, I thought it was 9.
Attached as Exhibit A, and
I mean, it's outlined, up into the last page.
but it doesn't have the audits, does it?
Audit objectives.
No, the single audit dollars. It's looks like March.
Let's see that. Do you recall, Sabrina, an Exhibit A?
I'm not sure now.
I found it. It's,
Is that Exhibit A? Where does it discuss single audits? Because I don't see it in there. That's on a quick look. So.
oh, so they say that it doesn't show it, but they expect that the fee would be between 4,000 and 5,000 for the first federal award.
Oh, I see. In the paragraph below.
Yeah, correct. Yep.
Between 4,000 and 5,000, because we put in the budget 35,000 for FY. Well, these numbers are. It's the FY 25 is not for the budget of FY 25. It's for the audit of fiscal year 2025.
Which happens in
In the fall.
FY.
In FY
26.
26.
Yeah.
So what we put in the budget for FY '26 is 35,000
So that includes that
because
federal
of
grant.
the 4,000 to 5,000, and then the possibility of a second single audit. We have a lot of grant dollars, and I don't know which of those are federal and which aren't. So in any event. Okay, and where is this marked as Appendix A?
It is elaborated there.
It is, but the contract says that.
Yep.
Attached as Exhibit A and incorporated.
Is it just this entire thing here?
I think it starts with
Yeah,
this.
it starts with the
Yeah.
letter itself.
But it should be, we should be able to know. So it should say attachment A.
Right, but it's the letter dated March 21st, 2025.
2025.
That's basically
That
the
is
beginning
correct.
of Exhibit A. So,
I didn't bring my audit committee folder with me.
Does this need to be done at this meeting, or do you want to?
I think we want to get these guys under contract.
Okay, we'll just make sure that it's attached and
So-
subject to the certificate. Want to add that?
To the motion, you mean? Yeah, we could do that. We could do that.
Subject to specification or Exhibit A or whatever, however you want to say it.
that really is essentially Exhibit A. They just need to label it as the exhibit.
Shall not exceed 29,000 in FY 2025. It's for the FY 2020. I'm being too picky, but I'm being picky. For the FY 2025 audit, it's in FY 2026.
Right.
So
Budget.
I mean, we could say, if you think it'd be, provide the contract to not to exceed $29,000 for FY 25, right?
yes,
That would be it.
and for FY 2026. And if the town elects to engage the contractor for a third year, 31,000 in FY 2027.
For FY 27.
For, yeah.
Do you have those edits to give to council?
Yeah. Are you, putting that in the motion or?
It's in the motion.
I'll amend the motion.
To make those edits. And then, did you want to add, the Exhibit A? Isn't to be outlined as an addition? Or no?
We got the letter dated, March
21st.
is Exhibit A. It's the beginning of Exhibit A.
I moved to, want me to,
Yeah,
I moved to accept the contract with Roselli and Clark for auditing services FY 25, 26, 27 with edits as mentioned.
For.
For-
For,
FY 2025, for FY 2026, and for FY 2027, and with specifications of letter dated March 21st as Exhibit A.
Okay. And that is also, that's in addition to the, subject to the receipt of the certificate of insurance.
yeah.
Just 5 million exceptions.
That's all right.
Second.
I think we got it. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Veronica Kell, yes.
Goodrich, yes.
And Laura Schiffern, yes. 4.12. Thank you. You're at 5:15.
The planning board having a quorum at the moment.
Robert's here. Is anybody else from planning board on?
Juniors.
Beth is with us.
Not good at it. Here's holding the trash.
Um,
speaking.
Somebody is,
That was, she muted herself. Do we have, a quorum?
I don't think we have a quorum for the joint. Beth, can I ask you if Robert is here with us? Are there any other members of the planning board that are going to attend?
Looks like she's,
Carol or Andrew?
Hello, Andrew is on his way, calling in now. He got the wrong time, so he should be on any moment.
Okay,
Andrew Shepherd.
yes. And so just to explain, at this point in time, there's only 3 members of the planning board. So once Andrew joins, there will be a quorum of the board that's remaining at this point. And I think we should be able to at least assist him.
So Andrew, Robert, and
Carol,
is she on?
and she couldn't make it tonight. I don't think Carol could make it tonight, right? Beth?
Right. It's Andrew and Robert. Andrew and Robert will be.
Mariana's
Andrew.
here, and Andrew should be on soon.
Here he is.
Andrew's here.
is that a quorum though, 2 people?
There's only 3 people of the board. There's only 3 appointed. There's only 3 elected that are serving. There are no other.
Okay.
But then how does that work? Because the housing authority can't meet because there's only 2 members out of 5. Does that mean they can meet and vote? Because I thought they couldn't because
There's 2
until they.
No, they can't. No,
Right here,
this is different.
Yeah, there are 3 active members, only 2 can make it. So it's the quorum. There isn't anybody else appointed. Oh, I see what you're saying.
But if there are 2 active members and 2 can make it, isn't that a quorum? If that's the way we're doing it?
Is
I
it
don't know. I know what
5-member
you're
board?
saying.
Yeah.
That's a different situation. Why don't you go ahead and make a decision about what you're doing now, because the housing authority is not in session right now. You're about to go in session
question is
jointly with the
about
planning
quorum.
board.
The question is about quorum, Beth.
If you have a 5-member board,
And you only
you
have
only
2
have 2
here,
members present.
you don't have a quorum.
We don't have 5 members seated.
We don't have 5 members, but that is,
But if
but
that's,
that's the same as what Veronica is saying. She's saying that Townsend Housing Authority is an elected board. It's a 5-member board.
Okay.
And they only have 2 people.
Okay. So, all right. All right.
Does it have to be joint?
Yeah, it's a joint meeting.
No, I know it's a joint meeting, but
It's a joint vote. It's a majority vote of both the select board and the planning board. Okay. We just have to reschedule.
but, well, no, I mean,
I'm just thinking in terms of open meeting law and
Yep.
the
Go on,
people
yeah.
who are.
because the way I understood it, if you have a 5-member board, even if there's vacancies, the quorum doesn't change. That's the way
Okay.
I understood it. But
Yeah,
I-
just-
I-
I'm
that's
gonna
what
speak, I'm gonna speak out as the open meeting law police, as my nickname is called. And I just want to say that, yes, you'll be violating the open meeting law if 2 members of a 5-member board. Veronica's concerns are correct, and Val's, a 5-member board that has a number, it doesn't matter if their vacancies are filled. You can't,
Okay.
you don't have a quorum unless you have 3 people that are appointed to that board. That's why housing doesn't meet. And yes, if you guys adjourn or call and take any votes involving the planning board, it will be a violation.
Okay, thank you.
So Carol's not available.
is
No,
there any way you can get Carol?
I can try, but I doubt it.
Well, maybe if you can text her what it means,
Okay,
like, we can't appoint anybody.
okay.
just silly
They
question.
can actually,
They can meet because
They
they
can
have
meet
three
because they
members,
have a
but they
quorum.
all have
But
to
so-
be present.
And they have to be present to appoint members also.
they have to be
Yes.
present to appoint
Okay,
somebody.
yeah. I gotcha.
This is a ridiculous question. If a board doesn't have a quorum and you have to appoint members, how do they meet? They have to be present.
I know what you're saying.
You understand what I mean?
If it, well, yeah.
Would it just be the select board in those cases?
Mhm.
Okay.
The select board in our charter, it explains how that happens. And the select board, if no one is appointed or recommended by the planning board in 30 days, this is how Paul Serene got on the Board of Health, I think. Well, that was a little different, but
That was different.
the Historic Commission, if nobody gets recommended by the planning board, the Board of Selectmen can act independently and vote for, make your own appointment without the assistance of whatever the board is. You have that authority once a certain number of days have gone by and the planning or whatever the board is that's trying to appoint can't find anybody, then you have your own authority to do that.
So but we have to post that vacancy.
Well, the vacancy has been posted, right, Beth? Beth,
Yeah, I mean, there's two names here listed.
well, we have volunteers,
I thought one was, I thought
associate.
I thought there were, write-ins for the planning board.
There was, but they weren't accepted.
Oh, but they weren't
The write-in
accepted?
votes were not accepted. And it's their right.
The planning board, full, member was posted on May 1st.
Well, the associate member must.
I'm
have
sorry, I
been-
was just trying to call Carol Hofstas. I did not reach her, so you'll have to,
I'm texting her too.
Okay, so.
so the,
Beth,
so the only issue, I'm sorry, the only issue the planning board has is they currently do have an application under their review. And they will need members seated, in a short time frame. So I don't know exactly how you want to reschedule or redo this. But we do have, there is business before the board.
Yeah.
Would it be, could you appoint an associate member tonight? Or is that like outside the scope of the agenda?
Well, here I'm reading, no permanent appointment to fill any such vacancy in any office, position, or employment shall be effective until 14 days following the date the notice of the vacancy was posted, to permit reasonable consideration of all applicants. So even appointing today is early.
But the associate position has been posted for like.
The
over a
associate
year now.
position, yeah.
The associate position has been posted for over a year. So that would be a position I would think we could act on tonight. Is that correct, Cindy?
Yeah, that's right. But you don't,
I'm sorry, what?
Just, she's gonna reread it.
Yeah, go by what, I don't know exactly the wording of the charter right now, but I know that there is, you have an opportunity yourselves to make some decision. I'm just not sure of all the timelines, but Veronica's got it there, so she should be able to find it.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. Whenever, I think we're good. Whenever a vacancy shall occur, this is the new charter, in the membership of an appointed multiple member board. Planning board is an elected board. The remaining members shall forthwith give written notice to the select board, or other appointing authority.
But what about associate positions?
Let me look for
They are not
elected.
elected. Associate positions are not elected on the planning board. They are appointed. And that vacancy has been posted for almost a year. Well,
I think-
at least since January anyway, because Patrick was on as an associate last year and
Yeah.
had to resign.
If at the expiration of 45 days following the delivery of such notice, the select board or other appointing authority, I'm looking for the joint appointment stuff. I'm not so sure it's here anymore. Has not appointed a person to fill the vacancy, the remaining members by a majority vote of the multiple member board shall fill the vacancy for the remainder of the unexpired term.
Is that for an appointed board or an elected board?
A multiple member board. And it's not, this is not very specific. Let me back up here.
Does the charter address associate members?
No, I don't believe it does. Not in the charter. Okay. There used to be a thing called appointment by joint boards.
Yeah. We've done that library before.
Elected boards. Let me look at this. Elected boards. Planning board. Let's go to planning board.
The thing about the associate member too, which is something I was going to discuss, is they're only allowed to vote on special permits.
I think you have to go down to the bylaws for the associate members.
You can always have a special election.
It's not I guess we could, couldn't we? Why not?
Expensive.
Okay, I'm gonna search on joint.
Well,
Okay, section 3.1 of the charter. Vacancy in the multiple member board shall be filled at a joint meeting of the select board and of the remaining members of the multiple member board. The remaining members, so I think we are good. Notice of the joint meeting shall be posted for not less than 5 days. So this is 3.1 of the charter. So let me go to that. In general. And this is for elective offices. There is a vacancy in a multiple member body other than select board. The remaining members shall immediately give notice, blah, blah, blah. A vacancy in the multiple member board shall be filled at a joint meeting of the select board and of the remaining members of the multiple member body on which the vacancy exists. We are not good. We need Carol because she is one of the remaining members. And it requires a simple majority vote of our board and the remaining members of the board.
so in the case of you don't have a quorum, it's
Doesn't
just the
say.
remaining members.
Correct.
It doesn't have to be a quorum.
So that takes care of the housing.
Yeah.
All right, good.
But for this, we need Carol.
Okay.
Is Andrew? Andrew's on. He's on.
But it still doesn't answer the question about the associate member.
No, the associate member, I think, is probably down in the bylaws. Associate.
And we do have a volunteer form for an associate member. And that has been posted for far longer than needed.
Back to 3.1.
There's 2 associate members here.
No, I'll make my deletion now, but we're not called to order.
I think this is probably gonna have to get pushed until.
Another time.
Yeah.
All three.
We're meeting next Tuesday, right? Are we?
I don't know if you are or not.
We'll have to talk about that towards the end of the meeting,
Okay.
what the schedule is gonna look like for the rest of
Okay. That works.
the month.
But
So,
well, What I will announce during this is that my volunteer form for associate member has been removed.
By you, you've withdrawn it.
I withdrew it.
I don't see anything about associate members.
We just have to,
And we've had one forever.
I would
Planning board has
assume
always had an
without-
associate member.
Without any specification, I would think you'd want to treat it as a regular member for appointing.
Mhm.
I don't know if you want to make a special exception when you don't have a quorum.
I don't see any rules. We can make them up. I hear that's the way to do it these days.
Well, I think you should, consult with town council or find out what we're supposed to do about an associate member. We've just always planning board, to my knowledge, has always just recommended
Mhm.
and it was done. And I went by actions that had taken place and not by any bylaws or anything.
Sunday, so.
Everybody's got a mute
I know.
who's online, please,
Oh,
please mute.
sorry, Mom. Thanks for the heads up, I did not know that.
Beth, where
Please
are
mute.
you?
Sorry,
Please mute.
Yeah,
who is?
a lot of background noise.
Beth, please mute your,
Oh, sorry, yeah.
okay, well, we've not been able to do anything, with this.
Is it possible to move it later in the agenda?
if we can get a hold of
could.
Carol. I
Beth,
wanna-
if you can get a hold of Carol in any manner, and Andrew and Robert are willing to come back, could you let us know and we'll just move it to later in the agenda?
Okay, I'll keep trying. I'll give her a call. Hang on.
Thank you.
Thank
You're welcome.
And then, do you want to stay or be online, or Andrew? I mean, I know that Beth can always get a hold of Andrew, to come back on. What would you like to do, Robert?
Whatever works best for your group.
Okay, just hang in there then.
You think this will be short term?
I don't know, but as soon as she can get a hold of Carol, we will take this up again.
All right, I'll hang around here, for much help when I leave.
Okay,
Okay.
very good.
Thank you.
Okay. Appreciate that, Robert. Thank you for your efforts coming down here. Okay then,
So since the chief is here.
Oh, yes.
Could we take,
sure,
his,
because we have time.
What's your mind, Cory?
So this is part of the town administrator updates and reports, right?
Okay,
Yes, let's make that
There's
clear.
no,
we're taking out of order for the town administrator report and having the chief speak with us.
Since he is here.
So that would be under 5.1. Thank you.
You're very welcome. I appreciate you having me tonight. I sent Nelson, through Nelson to you an update about our specialized K-9 unit. I thought it would be better for me to be here in person to answer any questions you may have. Quick overview, due to the extraordinary generosity of the community, we have been able to secure funding and services for probably 5 fiscal years when it comes to veterinary care, food, essential equipment, those types of things for this program. We've consulted with the town accountant relative to how we track that and how we spend that. So normal course of business through our dues and, through our donations and gifts accounts. So that is copacetic. We've been able to do that. There is a need in our council for those of you that I have spoken to about that before. We belong to the Northeastern Massachusetts Law Enforcement Council, which provides us resources. It's a resource sharing organization. About 70 some odd towns are involved, most of Middlesex County, some of Essex, and even some of Suffolk, I believe. It allows us to tap into specialty units and the like, whether or not that be a SWAT team, a drone unit, school safety unit, canines, that type of thing. So as a part of our membership there, we are to allocate a certain amount of labor to that organization. We meet that that goal, we meet that obligation, albeit sparingly. We're supposed to probably donate, I think it's 2.5 members, so about 2.5 men to that unit. We do 2, so it's one of those things. So as part of this unit, I would look to have this canine, which is a bloodhound, not a patrol dog. I would have that bloodhound added to our NEMLIC, which would offset our obligation. There are no additional overtime costs or additional costs to the town at all, because we do have some shuffling in our specialty units to do. So it's money that we're already spending that I would reallocate to the training for this particular officer. There were some union considerations. We have met with the union extensively about this and have come to an agreement relative to the selection, the training, the requirements, overtime impacts, those types of things we have worked out with the union. That's not an issue moving forward. So as of this point, what we are going to do next is gather those donations, send our officer down to, can't remember, I think it's Kentucky or something, to get this dog, return him. He is a puppy at this point, so it would be a few months before he's even really able to do anything, and get him through some training. And at that point, integrate him into the NEMLIC unit when we're able to do that. Some of the collective bargaining considerations are the officer gets 1 hour of overtime for every shift he works to offset the cost of boarding the dog, taking care of the dog, feeding the dog, those types of things. The equipment that would be at the officer's house is paid for through our startup grant through the Northeast Houndsman, who also paid for the dog as well. So we should have our startup costs and the dog taken care of. The selection process for this, our plan is to have a dog handler from another community, maybe even a supervisor if it's possible, and me and maybe another officer or another command officer at the police station solicit interest. We know we have some interest at the police department now, conduct a series of interviews, and then choose who we feel is the most suited for that position. There is some policy development that still needs to take place. We're still working on that end of it, but it certainly would be in place prior to the dogs being deployed in the field. You would find a packet that I attached to Nelson also has an overview of the commentary I just gave you. And I also attached a job description, which would, can we print that yet?
Oh, we have the video.
I saw something
I saw
in the email.
I saw
I
that.
can't say I read every word, but.
Yeah, fairly
I could see it.
fairly comprehensive. That's within my scope, obviously, of duties to, to construct those things for us. It is additional to the duties of a police officer. It has the essential functions of specifically a bloodhound dog, which is very different than a patrol dog. The need in our area is pretty profound. We could have used this particular dog probably 5 or 6 times, even this last calendar year. Probably within the last few weeks, we would have been able to utilize this dog. We've got some pretty good success rates of finding people in the woods, whether or not they be running away from us, suicidal, lost hikers, those types of things. But it takes an extreme amount of manpower. And when you put an extreme amount of manpower in there, you up your chances of officers getting hurt or lost themselves. There's all kinds of other things. We've located people with drones as well. We do have access to a drone through NEMLIC. That's something that we're looking at long term. Suffice to say, a bloodhound has a very specific and narrow scope of duties. And it's often, they often have the highest success rate of tracking, which is the reason that we feel as though this unit in particular is good for us, but also very good for the region.
Do you know how many other units like this there are in that region?
Sure, we don't have any bloodhounds at all, and I'll grab that. Yeah, we don't have any bloodhounds at all in NEMLIC.
Okay.
The closest one to us is in an entirely different county, in an entirely different LEC, or Law Enforcement Council, which is one of the reasons that we thought this would be a good addition for us. That doesn't mean that we wouldn't be able to rustle one up, but I can tell you the response time is unacceptable, which is one of the issues. We can rustle up dogs, and we have. They're not specialized in tracking, although most dogs will track. It's not their specialty, and they may bite you at the end, which is an obviously not something good when you're dealing with a missing child or Alzheimer's patient or something along them lines, which is what we find more often than somebody escaping our custody or something along them lines. So nothing in our general area. There are a few available in southern New Hampshire, south of Concord, and there's a few in eastern Massachusetts, but not in extreme western Massachusetts, but not anyone close enough to us to deploy it in a reasonable amount of time, or that we feel is reasonable.
So your whole, group or organization that you belong to as the regional concept, all these years and nobody in the group has,
There is no bloodhound now. They have canines, no bloodhounds, right? Canines, maybe drug dog, maybe
yeah,
a
yeah,
working dog, something along them lines. So, and we can and do access those on a fairly regular basis, but the specialty of tracking is not available through NEMLIC, which is one of the reasons we feel as though it's a blind spot that we can plug.
okay, so others do other things, but we have yet to do anything along these lines.
Right.
We use their services versus them using ours.
Right. The services we provide, we have an officer that is assigned to the regional response team, which is our commitment, and I belong to their budget committee. So that offsets our obligation, although we're a little short. They don't cry about it to us all the time, but although we should have another person in that organization, to be frank, but we do. That's the services we provide to the organization. We do have an officer that goes. He was out at the Patriots Day race. He's at the Boston Marathon. He goes out to Salem. Anytime there's a major search effort underway, our officer deploys in that. He's been in it probably for 5 or 6 years. I think actually at this point he has a supervisory role within the organization. So I think we make good on our commitment. It's a very well-run professional organization. I'm very happy with it. The response times have been fantastic and our success rate with them has been great. It comes with a cost, certainly both in monetary costs and in labor, but it's well worth it for the quick responses that we get to handle any variety of issues, from school safety all the way down to somebody lost in the woods, to a crime scene, traffic accidents, you name it. Crowd control, we'll use them oftentimes at parades. They can give us motor unit, so we can have motorcycles and or mountain bikes here deployed relatively quickly. So very, very advantageous to be a part of that organization.
No, I don't have any questions. Thanks. I think it's a great program.
Sure, yeah, I like to frame it as it is a no cost for us as far as the equipment and stuff goes. There are some risks involved in having an officer assigned to these duties, and it is a labor issue for us, and we pay for all that labor, certainly. I do think it's worth it for us. It provides something for us regionally. It also provides something for our department individually. Our ability to deploy it when we need it is a gift that we have not had up until now. I think we can use that as a PR tool, a public relations tool. I think there's other uses for it. The comfort dog type of use for a bloodhound is also there as well. So we think it's a good community relations tool as well. No cost as far as equipment goes. As far as the dog itself goes, we have donations to feed it for a year, donations to pay its vet bills, donations to pay all for its equipment. Although on the labor end of it, we do obviously have that burden, but we have that nonetheless. We own that anyway.
What do you think that cost is for the town?
So
In your budget?
for labor, I don't think there's zero additional costs to my budget in fiscal 25, and I don't even see them in the outlying years because again, a reshuffling of the specialized units, which we were already paying for anyway, and would pay for no matter what. So no additional costs as far as labor goes. As far as
about 25 or 26,
I think both, yeah, both, and zero impact in either year. And I think we have
you're already doing it in 25.
we will send
I'm talking
him.
about the fiscal year.
Yeah, so we'll send him in the next few weeks. I will send him in the next few weeks. The account that we can access is you can access in multiple fiscal years. So I can access those donations, fiscal year 26, fiscal year 27, that type of thing. But the estimate's $1,100 for food. We have an estimate for what we think the vet bills cost. We've been in contact with a number of agencies, including one that has a specific bloodhound hound out in Western
That you have the
Massachusetts.
donations for.
Correct. Yeah, it's completely offset. Yeah.
Do you need anything from us?
No, just wanted to update you that stay tuned. I will communicate through Nelson or Ms. Kelda relative to how it's going. We do plan on probably flying the guy down and having him drive back with it. It's probably cheaper than sending him down with a cruiser, given the gasoline prices and that type of thing, and labor, an extra 2 days if I do it that way. But we're going to do that in the coming weeks. We'll hit the ground running now that the funding is in place and all these issues have been ironed out. Excellent. All right, thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Well, we have some time between the next one, so I guess we can
She asked me with, like, they have to,
Do you have a report
meet
back?
another day.
Any update?
Yes, I don't think we're going to be able to locate Carol Hofstas this evening. She did decline and said she had a commitment. I don't have any details on how long that commitment is, so I request that you table these agenda items.
Okay, and I'm sorry we didn't look into that, I
That's
guess,
okay.
further to know whether or not we could do this at all.
That's how we learn.
Yeah, that's how we learn
Next
every
time,
single day.
next time.
I didn't know it was, I assumed everybody would be here. So,
Okay,
Would the select board be okay to, repost for this on the 20th for the next meeting?
Sure, I'll see who I can gather from the planning board for that.
just
Oh, Andrew's calling.
let us know.
we do have a meeting.
1 second. Hang on, Andrew's calling. Hello, Andrew. Oh, no. Yeah?
Can't-
Um,
We do
Well-
have a meeting scheduled for the 20th.
Hold on 1 sec. I do have Carol, if that's okay.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Where
Well,
did, yeah, they
Robert
get hold
go?
of-
We do have Carol, right? Okay.
Okay, can you get Andrew back on?
Okay. So yeah, we have Carol, Andrew are both able to call in and act on the associate member. Is Robert still there?
Excellent.
He left, but we're trying to get him back.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm dealing with AirPods and trying to listen as well. So yeah, that'd be great. Do you want? We're trying to get Robert back. So he's left the building?
Maybe.
He's not in the room, but I don't think he was leaving the building. So Valerie
Okay.
went to see if she can find him.
Can you?
Oh, thank you. That's so kind.
I don't have his
I
number.
don't, I
Okay.
don't know
So
Robert, but I'll try to get him.
okay.
I'll just see if she could find him, but I'll see if I can call
I
him.
have them.
You do?
Call them.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
If he has his phone with him.
Robert has his phone. He had it in his hand.
Oh, did he? I
Yeah.
didn't notice.
I have two phones.
He does have his phone with him. She's trying to call him.
I couldn't find him downstairs. Up and down the stairs. Only in Townsend. Maybe he's outside. I don't know what his car looks like.
I don't know his number.
We're looking for Robert, so I think this is on hold at the moment.
Okay, still on hold? Okay, because I do have Carol and Andrew, but we don't have Robert anymore. Okay. Thank you for looking.
We're chasing him down.
He said he was gonna be right here.
Thank you so much. Yeah, they're standing by.
Beth, can you get Andrew back on?
Yeah, you want him on the meeting? Sure, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
All
And then is Carol on the phone with
Andrew?
you?
oh yeah, so Laurie asked if you could call back in. Okay, thank you. Bye. All right.
And who's got Carol?
Sorry, Andrew will call back in and you can speak with him. And we're still gonna see if we can find Robert. I can text him. That helps.
Where is Carol?
She is ready to call in as well. She's on standby. Andrew was able to contact her. And yeah, long story short, she's coming along.
Okay.
But I'll see if I can text
I'm afraid we
Robert.
can get it done.
Right.
Oh, Lance, if he had just accepted that, you know what I mean? Just accepted his write-in, we wouldn't be going through all
Is
this.
he the associate?
Yes.
He wants to be associate, so that's the whole idea. Yeah, he really wants to be the associate.
We still have to fill the positions.
Okay, so I think we should move on to other items while we wait.
In correlation with 4.12, do you want to set the date for the fiscal year 24 audit review?
Well, I have a question, and Sabrina isn't here. She was gonna check in with Dawn. We had, because typically what had happened, and I was never on, I wasn't a select board member when the audits happened. I was on the committee. We got Roselli in, then I was no longer a selectman. So for the past 2 years, when Roselli came to give the report to the boards, what I don't know is what happened prior to the meetings with the boards. Did the audit committee, all of the letters, the management letter or whatever they call it now, and the audit is to go to the audit committee for review. And then the audit committee is to set up the meeting with the FinCom and the Board of Selectmen. That's according to policy. I don't know if that policy was followed or not, because where I was there when we did the RFP and got the quotes and selected the auditor, I wasn't there for that part of the policy. So I don't know what happened. So my feeling would be to go directly to the meeting with Roselli, with the audit. Seems like an extra step.
Yeah.
To have, me and Dawn meet to look at what was there and then schedule the meeting. So, but I asked Sabrina to find out what the process was in the past couple of years.
Okay.
So.
I'm good with joint for the presentation.
And just do it. That's what I think. It seems like an unnecessary step.
Yeah.
We
If
can
it's their
both
audit, it's
review.
not going to change.
So at our last meeting in March, we had put tentatively.
Robert is back.
We have Robert.
You drafted me.
We have Robert, so if I could see, I see one that says Andrew and Carol. Good
Oh,
job.
look at that.
How about that?
You get an A, Andrew. I'd like you to call, we didn't call anything yet. I'd like to call our portion of the joint meeting to order at 5:53 p.m. and roll call of the select board.
Veronica Cal present.
Valerie Goodrich, present.
Laura Schiffman present. Could I have the planning board call their joint meeting to order?
Yep.
Okay, this is Carol Hudson. I'll call the joint meeting of the planning board to order at whatever.
54.
I see still 5:53, so.
Okay.
Okay, and you need a roll call?
Carol Hudson present.
Andrew Shepherd present.
Robert Third present.
Okay, we have a joint meeting. Okay, so,
Is there a motion?
is there a motion?
You want it? Y'all want it? I make a motion to appoint Hartley.
Remove me.
What?
Remove me, I already removed myself.
Hartley pronunciation.
Hartley Fleshaw.
Fleshaw as a full position effective 5/13/2025 until annual town election 4/27/2026, and to appoint Lance McNally as associate member effective 5/13/2025 until 6/30/2025, with a request for extension until 6/30/2026.
Is there a second?
I will second it, but should we just make it with extension until 6:30? What's this with a request thing? What does that mean?
I don't know.
Are they
Is
coming back?
Is it legal for us to do that? Because the appointed position is 1 year at a time. Oh, we only have a year. It's just more than, yes. Just make it to the 6/30/2026.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's no need for the extension
Okay.
on him.
Effective until.
I'll
six-
reread that. if you
Yeah,
want.
well, yep.
Oh, I
Um,
see.
And to appoint Lance McDonald as associate member effective 5/13/2025 until 6/30/2026.
I agree.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none. Can you call roll call of yours? Well,
Carol, press.
vote. Okay, Carol voted yes.
Andrew Shepherd, yes.
Robert Theron, yes.
Veronica Cal, yes.
Valerie Goodrich, yes.
And Laura Schifrin, yes. Congratulations to Hartley on your seat for the next year on the planning board, and to Lance McNally on your associate membership. Thank you, guys. I know you have a lot of work to do.
Thank you, Hartley.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you
you.
for
You
making
are
it.
most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Would we need to
adjourn.
close the meeting?
Oh, yeah.
Planning board first, would you close your meeting?
I make a motion, we close the planning board meeting.
They left.
Oh, gosh, come on,
Okay, at
guys.
5:56. And is there a motion to, close the joint planning board meeting at 5:56?
I make a motion to close the joint meeting with the planning board at 5:56. 5:57.
Okay, and
And
roll
I
call.
seconded. Veronica Cal, aye.
Valerie Goodrich, aye.
And Laura Schifrin, aye. We are adjourned with this joint meeting. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you,
you.
Rob.
Thanks, Beth.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate that. The planning board will do fine.
Robert and Lance, thank you
Thank
all
you.
very much.
Thanks. Good night.
Good night. Take care of that.
I will. Yeah, I'm gonna dance at that wedding.
And congratulations on your son's wedding.
Thank you so much. Have a good night,
Enjoy
everybody.
the week.
Good night.
Okay, so now we're at 5:57 and
We were talking about the audit
yes,
meeting,
we were talking about
which is,
4.13.
Yes.
yes.
So Sabrina is where?
We just said we were,
Gonna do it when?
Yeah.
I think we should do it. What Dawn and I had talked about was doing it on May 20th, but I think we should, push it out. When is our next meeting?
Do you have any feedback?
I would
on-
like to
on the
be
audit?
here for it, so,
No feedback from Dawn, no.
Can we do it in June?
I would like to do it in late June if we could.
And I'm agreeable.
So we haven't set up meetings for June yet.
No.
And,
Oh,
well, we did, but I don't know if we
For
have
the,
since.
yeah, for the audit, what's our June meeting? Our June meeting is the 18th, so we're gonna meet the 17th. You wanna do that on the 24th? We may have to have some weekly.
Yeah,
meetings
I
after
would
our-
go with the 24th if Valerie's available.
that's June, correct?
June,
Yes.
yes.
Probably. Most likely.
Let's do that tentatively, and then we need to check with the FinCom.
Or maybe a little lighter in July, hopefully.
We
Yeah,
should
and
do-
can you check with the FinCom to have a joint with the auditors on June 24th?
Okay.
And then we
At
should
6
also
p.m.?
check with Roselli.
Yeah, to make sure they're available.
For 6 p.m.?
Yeah, 6:15.
6:15. And they can be first on the agenda after preliminaries.
Audit, FinCom, and us.
So should we go back to the order and see what we can get done before the joint meeting at 7:15?
Yeah.
Okay. So, well, 4.1. Discuss results of special and annual meeting on May 6th, 2025.
Okay. Who's starting the discussion?
Not me.
I think the special town meeting articles, they all
They all passed.
pass, so, not much,
To talk about
talk
that.
about
An
that.
annual, we're about halfway through.
Yeah,
Now, are we reposting the annual town meeting?
No, it doesn't get reposted. We can post a special
A
within
special.
the annual because that is recessed to a time specific. And
So,
that is from legal.
okay, so the question is, did we have a James Tucker thing on the, the group of 3 people that gets elected at annual town meeting to do the cemeteries and the gravestones and the monuments in West Townsend? It's in the charter.
I don't believe we did that, did we?
We did not put that in.
I don't,
I was looking through the charter and saw that and thought, oh my goodness, we didn't have that in the annual town meeting. And the charter states that it's to be appointed at the annual town meeting,
every year.
annually at the,
I'm looking at annual town meetings going back 3 years now, and there's no article.
It is there. It's usually right before the,
Have we missed this for more than 1 year?
I don't know if we missed it last year or the year before. I can't tell you because I wasn't on the board putting those together. But I am certain in prior years, we did do it.
I remember going back, we did. I don't remember the past couple of years.
It's in the charter.
Can we add it to the special town meeting?
The charter says annual, so the question would be for town council, can we put it in the special? Because if we can put it in the special, we should.
And what happens if there's no appointment? There's nothing.
Usually 3 people step up and do it. Typically, I mean, it's always happened in the past.
What's it called again?
The James H. Tucker Committee or some such thing. And it's in the charter.
I don't think we've done it in a couple of years. It's not
Parks
in the
and
last.
Cemetery.
Yeah, I'm looking back, and
We used we looked at what was there last year. That's what I looked at too.
yeah, I don't think there was
No
was
appointment.
there was no warrant article for that purpose.
Okay, well, we probably should get back on track. So to make us get back on track, can you ask town council how we can accomplish that when we meet June 18th?
It's section 316, the James H. Tucker Trust Fund. There shall be a James H. Tucker Trust Fund Committee that shall consist of 3 West Townsend Village residents who shall be elected at the annual town meeting. Powers and duties: they shall act in accordance with the bequest for the sole purpose of keeping the curbing, gravestones, and monuments in good order, including the installation and maintenance of fencing as necessary.
I'll ask town council about that.
And it's 316 in the charter.
And can we find out who was last appointed?
I remember way back. I don't
Because
remember
from
the past
West
couple of years.
Townsend, that's a limited.
There were never names, or I don't remember names. Maybe there were. I should not say never. But
Well, how did you appoint anybody if there were never names?
people at town meeting volunteered. So John would say, any volunteers? And people from West Townsend would say, yeah,
Okay,
I'll do it.
sounds good to me.
And
Can we do that with the volunteer positions as well?
I'm certain that everybody will step right up. Okay, so let me look here.
I'm looking at the list of appointed, or is this appointed or elected?
it would be considered elected because we don't appoint them.
Hey, you guys, I think the names are kind of preset. Like if you talk to Roger, he can probably give you the lowdown on how this has been happening. I think he kind of organizes that little appointment thing that just happens so smoothly at town meeting. I don't think it would be so smooth if he just called out to volunteers in the audience.
I have no clue. I just know that there were people, and I don't remember seeing names on the warrant.
I guess we should see.
No, but I think it's kind of pre-done. I mean, it's kind of, like the people know, they know this is already like, it's a motion comes from the motion will come from probably cemeteries or something. I think if you talk to Roger, you can get the scoop on this rather than trying to reinvent the wheel.
All right, I'll talk to Roger.
Nobody wants to reinvent a wheel.
Yeah.
There must be a record of it somewhere in some annual meeting.
Well, that's what I'm looking.
I'm sure it's been done in the past, but I can't imagine this is a hot topic.
Oh, you never know.
You never know. So we have the,
the special, was there anything else that I sent you, Nelson, for the special?
We're not quite. We'll,
We're not there yet?
No,
when,
Okay, that's
is that on here though for us to do?
yeah, 4.4,
Yeah, it
so, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. So I think we're
Here it
now,
is. Article 3,
what year was that?
probably 2021,
Oh.
2021,
Hmm.
May
It's only 3
2021.
years.
Four.
4, I was on the board then.
Well, I'll talk to Roger and we'll figure something out.
Okay.
Okay.
The annual town meeting warrant articles, the first 3 passed, they were the planning board ones.
4 did too, right?
Excuse me?
4 did too, right?
All of the planning board ones passed.
Yeah, so that
I'm pretty
was,
sure.
those were 3, 4, and articles 3, 4, and 5.
Right.
Number 6 was the Community
yeah.
Preservation Committee. I think that passed,
It did.
as is. Article 7 passed, that was to
Yeah.
change the,
5 members.
yep, so that now will need to go to the next annual town election as a ballot question.
Yes.
Yeah, next April, yep. Article 8 for the various spending limits.
So,
That passed also, correct? Oh, you had a question, right? Sorry.
Veronica?
I'm on for, okay, I've got it. Okay, nothing.
I
Go ahead.
believe that passed too, Article 8.
Article 8, yes,
Article 9, that passes well,
yes.
Okay.
That was the one that took so long.
and that was.
Oh, the revolving
Yeah.
funds.
Article
And then we
10,
stopped there.
no, we passed over Article 10, correct?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Took no action or
Yeah,
some
and
such
then-
thing.
And then, we didn't have time to even start the omnibus budget.
Right.
Okay, so we're at, when we begin or resume, the annual meeting will be at Article 11.
Correct.
So we have,
And then we'll open the meeting and go right to the special, whatever happens to be there,
Correct.
and then come back
Does
and go to Article 11.
the special have to be before the annual, or could it be at the end? Is
it
there,
could be at the end.
It could be, but the special won't be much. So why wouldn't you just get it out of the way?
Well, the special may have a new revolving fund.
Yeah.
For the trash. I'm not sure how much discussion that would elicit, but
One of some feedback I got from the community was that there was a lot of people that were there for the budget that wound up leaving
because they knew.
because it was just taking so long.
Mhm.
So my only thought was if the budget can be somehow, if there's something that we have to do first in the special time meeting, understood, but just
There's
a
no
thought.
rule on that. It can be after the fact.
The special.
Yeah, I don't think there's any rule that says you have to do the special before the annual.
Well, there's
Um,
other articles except the budget.
Yeah, there's
So-
16, a whole bunch.
So that's 11.
12 is assigning the salaries.
Or our elected officials.
Mhm. 13 is the
Well,
water
there's only
department.
one, right?
Yes. the town
Yes.
clerk.
So, how does that affect the budget? You've already approved the budget.
Correct. But you have to, the town
Oh,
has to
just a
approve
formality.
yes, yes.
Okay.
13 is the water department. 14 is capital. Yes, 15 is capital too.
Yeah, 16. That is, is it the Patriot thing?
No,
The
this is
periodics, that's what I meant.
the assessors.
That's, okay, that's the company. And this year it's coming out of their own
Overlay surplus.
overlay surplus.
Yeah, because there's no free cash to.
Right,
fund
take it
this.
from.
Yep.
That, just so you know, that can't be an every year thing.
Well, it may be
Yeah,
because, you know,
Or it may
unless
not get
the
done.
dollars shower down on Townsend.
Those updates are what bring in the more dollars.
That's right.
Okay. All right, Article 17 is,
I don't argue it needing to be done. I just, where does the money come from to do it?
Is there a reason this part isn't part of the actual,
Free cash, it's typically.
it's not
free
usually just
cash.
part of the budget?
No, it's
part of free
always,
cash
It always
every
is.
year. For decades.
Is there, I'm just wondering if there's a like a requirement to do that, or is it just that we've always done it that way?
we've always done it
Okay.
that way.
That's my only question.
I'm trying to think of when it started. It started after we had the reval. The reval took 3 years. And this would be, I want to say around 90.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah. And then after going through that process and catching up with all the assessments for the town, it was decided that this was a valuable asset to
Yeah.
run
Yeah.
the income
Yeah.
of the taxes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I was
Yeah.
just wondering that if it's so valuable, why it's not.
I don't know what difference would it
Yeah.
make now.
Well, no, not for this year, just going,
Going forward.
if we're having free cash problems.
Well, we
I
also
don't have the
have,
answer.
we also have
Budget
revenue
problem. Yeah,
problems, so.
absolutely. I was just, it was a question, just wanted to ask.
Yeah, I don't have the answer.
Want me to speak twice more?
Yes.
Yes. I'm so glad you were watching.
Because sometimes if
You
have
can
a
come
really-
here.
If we, no, I'm good. If we have a really bad weather and you can't get out and do as much, we can carry the money forward
Okay,
and it just builds up.
wonderful.
Yep.
Perfect.
It's
all.
Having it in the
Thank you,
budget, you
Vicky.
cannot. Can
Perfect.
wait for that, but having it in the budget, you cannot.
Okay, awesome.
And for us, for many years, we had bad weather,
Yeah.
not so much now, but okay. All right. comments next. Article 17. Oh, this is,
TCAM.
TCAM. Okay. That's out of budget. And in case, no, we don't know how it's gonna go. All right. All I can say is that we still need volunteers. There are volunteer forms on the website and plenty of open positions. And before the end of the evening, I'm going to list them all, so everybody knows what we are missing in helping us run this town. Article 18 is,
This is the HERO Act. 18 and 19, the two different parts of it.
okay, so the first one is the one we always do.
No.
No,
these are-
they're
No,
both
it is-
no, These
different.
are brand new ones.
Oh, do you want to go?
One is for the, to adjust it annually, and one is to do the additional amount.
Both of these, and I'm not reading verbatim here, both of these are not reimbursed.
That is correct.
Okay, so this would be doubling what we do now, but we get 85% back from the state of what we give them now. If we double it, we're not getting
We're
anything.
not getting that.
So we need to have it budgeted. Do we have money to do it?
Yeah.
I've accounted for it because I see no reason why this would not pass. But there is a cost associated with it, so that's really the only thing we need to inform the voters.
And that's 75,000.
Yeah, that is our estimate, that's how much this would cost.
And that was based on what Vicky told you,
Mhm.
correct?
Correct, yeah, based on,
Because it's
historical,
about what they do now.
obviously.
So if you double it.
Right.
Yeah.
It's 150. Okay. Good, that's it. Any other comments? We just don't know what we're gonna see for special.
Yeah, and I have a few things that, once we get to it, we'll start talking about it.
This is a special that we had, okay, which, Your 4.2.
So the omnibus budget, I shared with you guys in the email, that the $100,000, affordable housing trust, ARPA money, it's sort of been decided that it is not eligible to be used for salaries or anything whatsoever at this point. I think we're resigned to the fact that we actually need to return it to the treasury. You know, given we couldn't find all the paperwork.
The only thing that we couldn't find is the subrecipient agreement.
Correct.
But I have where the vote was by the Board of Selectmen, and I have where it was reported to the federal government as having been obligated for affordable housing. I have both of those. I have the 5-year plan that was developed based on the fact that we had the ARPA funds. So there you have it.
And a lot of this would stem from the fact that when the auditors did the single audit for the ARPA, they couldn't find the documentation that sort of officially committed the money to the housing trust.
I want to know why they couldn't find it last year, because it was in the same place last year as it was this year, and nobody went ballistic. There was no question asked about that. So why, who missed it if this was a problem? How was it missed last year? Because those funds have been in the account since 2023. So they were in that same account. Melissa moved them. I have the entire email stream of everything. They were moved into a Unipay account, high interest. And we have been drawing from that account to pay the salaries of Allison and Aaron for the work that they have done for the Housing Trust. So I have questions about that. And we, the board of the Housing Trust, were willing to give it up if it helped the town with the financial situation that we're in. So I am,
but now.
I'm really disturbed that our accountants, including the ones that we pay big bucks for, the consultant, and I'm not talking about CSS, I'm talking about CBiz. How did they miss this last year? And this year, it needs to be returned. Because last year, Eric was still here, and if a sub-recipient agreement needed to be signed, the Board of Selectmen was, here we are, we weren't there last year, none of us. It could have been, paperwork, if it was missing, could have been done. So I'll just say that.
Yeah.
And the interest doesn't need to go back. And because there was a vote and because it was reported as obligated in April of 23, I believe it was, I think that the interest for that should stay with the trust so that the trust can do the required filings at the Registry of Deeds. We have to file at the Registry of Deeds every time we appoint someone, like annually. That needs to be filed. And we don't have the funds to do it otherwise.
Well, I think it's more than that now that you've said that. It's the same auditor. Same auditor for both years.
Right. Now, I don't know, was a single audit done last year or not? It should have been. I think over $1 million was spent.
This was the first single audit.
This was the first single audit. So maybe that's how it got missed. But it's the same accounting department. And so at the very least, the interest should remain in the account. Otherwise, we need to add to this budget the monies for the Housing Trust. We have put in a budget every year for 3 years with the town. It doesn't appear here. I think it did 1 year, and then they had to pull it back because you don't show the ARPA money in your budget for whatever reason. So anyway, it was pulled out, but we have filed a budget, and Katie actually has the budget. You sent it to me, Nelson, the budgets from the FY24 and FY25,
Right.
I believe.
In that email is, once we started talking about it some more, I started looking through my emails, and this slipped through the cracks for me. And in that email, there is a section that the assistant town accountant has said that the interest earned it belongs with the general fund.
How? I want to see writing that shows that, because what I have says that monies that go into the trust, if you look at the trust, document that defines the trust, the monies that are earned stay with the trust. It doesn't say ARPA monies.
Well,
and what I read about ARPA says that any interest on ARPA isn't treasury money. It belongs to whatever the entity is.
Yeah, but the interest belongs to the general fund. And
how?
It was earmarked.
Well, I think the question is that earmark or commitment or obligation was never fully executed.
It was executed by the town. It might not have been executed with the federal government, although I maintain it was, because it was reported in April of 23 as having been obligated, and I have the report from Jennifer. So the town obligated it to the trust. And so those monies were not in the general fund. they were in the trust. And that was done legally with the blessing from our town administrator. I didn't put those monies in there. Our treasurer did, and it's the treasurer who controls those monies, not the accounting department, because they are separate from the general fund.
I think, since that subrecipient agreement was never, we can't find it, so in theory, that agreement hasn't been codified yet or, memorialized. So I think that's maybe where the hangup is. Everything.
I am good with giving the 100,000 back. I am not good with giving the interest back.
Well, I think that's where the
Board of Selectmen voted it to go to affordable housing.
Giving the 100,000 back. You know how much effort went into developing the trust? And then developing all the resources to do the stuff so that you would be viable as a housing authority?
And we
That took
we
years.
have been using Mass Housing Partnership for 2 years, and they have been doing a lot of the work that we thought that ARPA money would go towards. So they delineated the wetlands for us. Prior to that, they looked at the 6 properties and said, okay, this is the one you want to go with. We now have a concept, and we're ready to start working with them on an RFP. And we wanted to use those funds to hire a consultant to have 2 eyes on the RFP, not just Mass Housing, but otherwise. And we will get monies otherwise. Our forestry plans have been approved. And so we will do the forest cutting. Maybe we'll do a deeper forest cutting than what we planned to do. We weren't planning to do a heavy cut, but now we don't have funds. And we will sell the smallest piece of property. Doesn't have town water, it's on Haynes Road. And in order to get funds for the trust, we haven't voted on that yet, but we can get monies in other ways, which is why to have it help the town with salaries is an okay thing in my book.
Yeah.
How much is the interest?
$6,800 or so. And it is not sitting in the general fund. It is sitting in a separate Unipay account with Townsend Affordable Housing Trust.
I know, but I think that all that's, at least according to the accounting department, that everything's going to get clawed back.
Okay, so if in fact it's town money, okay, well, aren't we part of the town?
The housing trust?
Yeah.
I don't know. Isn't there some distinction? I thought
the distinction is we operate separate from the rules. Open meeting law still applies. Ask Cindy King, she can tell you. All of those sorts of things still apply.
But the financials don't. It's
The
a separate trust for that.
Yeah.
Separate trust specifically set up
Because it will never
operate
be
as a
part of the
housing
general budget.
authority.
Correct.
And it took years to get to that
No,
point.
I don't.
And it was voted by the town. So because an accountant made an error, one year it was fine, the next year it's not.
Well, again, I think the single audit, this is the first year that, the ARPA funds have been audited. And that's when the auditors caught this missing piece of paperwork that,
Well, in the meantime, they're operating under the trust of what they were established to do. So I don't think, now we can't even give it to salaries. We have to give it back to the government.
That seems to be the case, which is unfortunate because that really would have helped the budget deficit. So we're now, we need to, between now and June 18th, come up with a different budget. And I think we're gonna have to work with FinCom, on how that would look like. I don't know what cuts to expenses or personnel. We can't talk about personnel cuts at all you know, until we talk to the union, so we can't even broadly discuss what that would entail, except that it's gonna have to be,
And one of the things, if I remember correctly, but maybe I don't, at the March 10th meeting, where all our free cash was taken and the school allotment, whatever, was put into our budget, conversation that I heard from someone was, well, we really shouldn't do an override now because we're gonna be getting money back. The schools will be getting money back from the state, and then they'll trickle it down to the school, to the towns. Well, they're getting money back, but they're not giving us anything.
No, I didn't expect it for
I
FY
wouldn't think the
'26.
state would want that either, because if the states, they're doing it for the school. I mean, the state, if they're adopting the formula. or
We
doing-
still needed the override then.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm not
we
denying that. I'm not denying
absolutely
that, yeah.
needed the override.
I'm not denying that, yeah.
I wouldn't I don't expect the school district to reduce the assessment to the towns. Even though they may get more state aid, it will certainly help probably in FY
So I
27.
did hear that from somebody who was proponent of no override, that why should we do that now if we're gonna be getting money back?
Yeah, I don't, at this point, it's a moot point because Ashby and
Yes,
Pepperell
I
have
know.
approved the school budget, so, the school district is under no obligation
And
to,
neither one of them got an override, right?
uh,
They didn't have to do an override?
I think Pepperell was saved because last year they passed one, so they had more
Yeah, that's
flexibility.
last year.
Yeah.
We didn't.
and Ashby, their override didn't pass, so their budget passed without any sort of override.
There's something that came up, a lot of questions, and Nelson and I talked about this, about the 0.5% increase.
I was wrong with that. It should have been 0.5% over the budget, over the
Last year.
last year's budget.
Last
That's
year,
what it should have
But
been.
not 2.5, which we would have been allowed.
Yeah, because, and I think, and this is the way I've explained it in Nelson, because last year's budget that we passed at our first town meeting was adjusted so much over the summer by the previous board and interim town administrator, adjusted up because the override didn't pass. So that's the 0.5% is over that, and it shows
Yes.
the harm of all those one-time adjustments, in that we went into this season only able to increase 0.5%. Because we had all those adjustments over the summer from one-time funds, from moving
From
money around.
contracts getting
27 's
signed
gonna
that
be
weren't
worse.
reflected in
We're
the
gonna be in a
budget.
bigger hole.
So when someone says, oh,
Exactly.
but we can increase by 2.5% off of the number that we passed last April, not the
Not
number that
that.
wound up coming through
Exactly,
at the end
yeah.
of the summer.
Yeah,
So we will correct that in our report
Oh, God.
at the annual town meeting in June, but that's right. It took me a little bit of time. By noon, the day
Me too,
after, I
me
was
too.
like, oh my goodness. So thank you.
No, I just wanted to clarify that because
So-
I talked to us about it also.
so I think, with the $100,000 affordable housing trust money no longer at our, for us to make use of to help with the FY 26 budget, we're gonna have to, now, we need additional cuts to balance the
So
budget.
have you talked to department heads? What are they cutting?
I've only spoken to a couple, and it's probably on the personnel side, so we can't get into it here. But I think expenses, I don't know where else to cut. Everyone's already cut to the bone.
Right.
So there's no other place to go, so I need to start having, additional discussions, and again, we need to talk to the unions, and I spoke to town labor council today. It's gonna have to be after town meeting. You can't do it before.
So did she give any guidance on how we present a budget that has cuts in it, when there are most likely personnel cuts, how do we present a budget that reflects the monies that we have? Because that's where we need guidance. I'm good with I understand not being able to talk to the unions prior to the budget being set. I understand that.
Right.
There's really nothing to say. But how do we present that to the public?
Town Labor Council did not, provide any specific advice on that, but I think it's gonna be very similar to, how we did it before. The
way we did it before, we had ARPA funds, and we used those to reflect the holes. The zeros. ARPA funds we're gonna cover. I don't understand how we're gonna do it otherwise.
I think the way I see it, doing it and being as transparent as we possibly can from a legal perspective is, we're gonna have to add a line to probably each department or functional segment and say, there's gonna be, say, $10,000 in wage and salary cuts.
Okay.
And that gives the public some information, but legally we're not able to sort of say where the cuts are coming
And
from.
this is similar to what the school does, where it's by department. Or, I mean, they have a different union bargaining agreements, obviously, and they have deadlines and stuff like that, but it's by section.
Yeah, so, and that's the only way I see that we can do it in as transparent as we possibly can without getting into trouble.
Yeah, I think working with FinCom to figure out the manner that they can look at that and feel comfortable too, hopefully.
Yeah.
Knowing whether it's described in dollar amount or FTE or however we can describe it. And I know there's different problems with FTEs.
So is that more the segments
It would be
that you would reduce within the segments that they vote on?
Well, that would be reduced, but the omnibus would still be presented in a slightly modified form, Matt, like I mentioned, where, it might be by department, most likely, just so that there's more granularity and more transparency as we can. Department, ABC will have, $10,000 in wage and salary cuts. We can't tell you where that's coming from because of legal reasons, but we can at least show that, Department ABC has, $10,000 in cuts. That's the only way I see that we can do it, and still be as transparent as we possibly can. And, I do agree that we need to talk to FinCom and have some joint meetings. But what I will caution is they don't really have any say in personnel. So
I think if we can communicate that basics and hopefully.
Yeah, we can cut as much as we can from the expenses side jointly, but after that, the select board and me will be tasked with, this is the dollar amount that we need to cut, 300,000 or whatever it is. And then it's up to us to figure out how that gets spread over all the personnel. There's no other way.
I think that puts the same question from the town in front of us. What is being cut? I mean, the answer isn't clear. I mean, we've had our executive sessions. We know where we're going to need to impact bargain. We think we know. But we know. The people don't know, and we can't tell them.
Right.
And so we're at the same place.
Right, except now we're even in a worse spot.
Well, yeah, more cuts, yeah, absolutely, but,
I think this is, in talking and looking through other towns that go through this and what their budget process looks like, they do roll it up like we are proposing to do. And I think one of the issues here is there's been so much turnover and so much confusion in this part that the trust just isn't there. Other towns have more, not anybody in this room's fault, but when you have someone who's been there for 10 years in a position and they're rolling up a section of a budget and saying minus $30,000 and it passes.
right,
So I think, I mean, this isn't, we're not asking you to do something that other people don't do. That's what I'm gathering. You know, that other towns don't have to do. Other towns have to cut union positions and they have to figure out a way to communicate it and they roll it up by a department or segment. That's what they do.
Yeah, not by position though.
No, of course not. No. I'm saying they don't. And I think the reason that goes over easier with is because they just have a more long-standing relationship, probably. No, and nobody's fault here. I'm just saying I think that's part of the reason.
yeah, I think that's.
And so
more
that's
than
why I
what
really
we
think getting FinCom in that, hopefully, to come in. Because I think both of us owe it to the town to kind of hopefully present one budget. On both groups somehow. Hopefully.
And, you know, once we get to the proper section in the agenda, we should talk about, potential, joint meeting dates. I haven't spoken to Don Hayes about it yet, but I think there's a willingness to have some joint meetings to, you know, get on the same page in respect to a big portion of the budget. Like I said, we can only agree on expenses. So at the end of that, I'm hoping we can all agree, you know, we've agreed on all these cuts to expenses. Now the select board is tasked with, coming up with, personnel cuts, you know, whatever dollar amount that ends up being. But we don't have, a lot of time to do that.
And just to reiterate, it's part of this because we only could go up 0.5%.
Right.
We couldn't go up 2.5 because we were working with a number that was adjusted so much after last year.
So here's the other question. This gets to the personnel piece and and talking to the unions. So we have a meeting on June 18th. We are required to give employees 2 weeks notice. And this is why I wanted to do it earlier rather than later. We still have to talk to the unions after town meeting. That means that people won't know until into the fiscal year, which means our cuts will need to be even deeper than the amount that we think, because we are going to be paying everybody full salary for probably the first 2 weeks of the fiscal year.
Right.
Anyway, at least.
And so that's why June 18th is, you know, a little late. However, what I heard, and Jane was there at the meeting, was, oh, this will give the select board time to talk to the unions.
We have time, but that time cannot be spent talking to unions.
Okay.
So,
It's more about talking to FinCom and trying to come to some agreement, even though, in all honesty, FinCom didn't develop budgets. They were there to comment whether they were in favor of or against certain portions of the budget presented by the selectmen, not the FinCom. So again, I thought because we were a new board, new TA, half of FinCom was new, I thought that having joint meetings was a good idea. And we had a lot of them. You were there for most of them. But then what we thought we had kind of was killed on March 10th. And I don't know what to do. I mean, we're between a rock and a hard place for money.
I don't think we can go back either and undo anything that's been done. So we
Nope.
just have to go forward as best we can and
Right.
hopefully get everybody on board. But I like 0.5%, that's all we had this year,
Right.
you know, that's.
That's it. Okay. I didn't explain that.
No, it's, I just got like 24 questions on that afterwards.
Yeah.
Why are we
Yeah.
doing 2.5%?
Yeah.
It is
No.
off of the
0.5.
original
Right.
more, but the previous select board town administrator, the interim town administrator
Mhm.
adjusted so much last
Right.
summer, they kind of.
Sucked everything out.
Yep.
Okay, so we're.
All right,
good.
so where are we?
We're at 4.3, discuss solid waste proposal report from Board of Health.
Is this
some
new?
special-
No, this was, during the presentation at annual town meeting.
Okay,
This was their presentation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
which we couldn't see, because we were sitting here and it was up there.
do you
But that's
wanna
okay.
go into this, or is, oh, yeah, okay.
I
This
wanna
is not
make
what
a,
our joint meeting is on.
no, it's not, but I
Okay.
just wanna make a comment on the funding. This is like page 1, 2, 3, 4, second to last page, pretty much, where funding is. They are proposing taking 157,980 from stabilization. All right, so to
What's
fund
stabilis-
this,
oh.
that's our savings account, the town savings account. So let me just talk about this for 1 minute, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. We have about a $28 million budget for this town. We have, last I saw it was between 1.1 and 1.2 in stabilization. 5%, that's our savings account. We have how much money in free cash, Nelson?
Did I say it was
Basically zero.
$58?
$58. That means our checking account is empty. Our savings account for emergencies is less than 5% of our budget. If I were to
Not a good thing.
If I were to relate this, I've been thinking how to relate this. If you have a household budget of $60,000, you have no money in your checking account, you're living paycheck to paycheck, but you do have an emergency bucket equal to 5%. That emergency bucket is holding $3,000. That's where this town is. You can ramp it up, but we have a $60,000 household budget. We have $3,000 if the car breaks or something happens. We have $3,000 in account. We have no money in our checking account. That's where we sit. And so I am not in favor of taking money from stabilization. I am in favor of funding trash if the money can be found from outside the tax levy and outside the emergency fund. So I am wondering if there are past articles like the ones we put together for capital in order to fund the work here at Town Hall, in order to move to capital stabilization to fund the capital account. Are there accounts? I don't know. Are there accounts sitting there? The ones that were appropriated 20 years ago. I don't, that might be an exaggeration. They might have already been used. But funds that are sitting around from annual town meetings or special town meetings that didn't get fully expended, but are being saved because they're like a savings account for departments. You can put that aside, and because it was annual town meeting, special town meeting article, it survives over fiscal years. The money is still there.
There must be a list, if there is any.
And if there is any, I would like the Board of Health to explore it. I don't think we need to do that. I think they need to do that and find a way to fund it outside of stabilization. Maybe the fees have to be higher, but there needs to be a way to fund it outside of stabilization and outside of the tax levy. The town has already said no to trash. The override failed, the town has said no. So, and I'm not saying, oh, never do trash pickup. I'm just saying, don't take it out of the tax levy and don't take it out of stabilization. And have a way, an out in the contract where if they don't have enough money, they don't have to pay until either they have enough money or they cancel the contract. There has to be a contract written such that there's an out if there's not enough money in that fund. And the town doesn't go under because of trash. That's my 2 cents on that. So that's my biggest issue. The rest of this, cool. But stabilization, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not in favor as well to fund this program with stabilization money. That's really not the intent of stabilization. This is not some emergency where we should be using that account to be funding this.
In our policy documents for the budget, I'm just gonna read. The town will not balance the budget by using one-time or non-recurring revenues to fund ongoing expenditures. One-time revenues is defined by the town's one-time revenue policy, include but not limited to transfer from stabilization, transfer from enterprise, sales of assets, special state or federal appropriations, department turnbacks, unexpected money from prior operating budgets.
Exactly.
So not allowed in our policy, which makes sense because otherwise it's irresponsible.
Well, and I think at some point in time, we see what happened last year when that policy wasn't necessarily followed.
Right. Yeah. And it wasn't followed in March either.
So it's just like, I understand the ramifications of this, and I'm not opposed to, if it was not communicated right and people want to override trash, that's fine. But I just.
So snow and ice. We were way over this year. Did some of that come out of stabilization?
No.
That was just the cash?
No. Go
So, that was an article that passed at, special town meeting.
Yeah.
So,
That's an every year article.
right. The snow and ice deficit is actually more than what the article total was, because there's not enough free cash to actually cover the full amount. And as I mentioned at the meeting, Finance Committee did vote to use some of their reserve fund to cover that deficit. I think it's
10,000 though.
no, like 16,000 and change.
Okay.
I think the deficit is actually, I'll need to double check, but it might not be enough. But we have other ways of plugging that towards the end of the, municipal transfer. Because the snow and ice deficit between free cash and the Finance Committee reserve fund transfer, that might not be enough. I think there's still a few thousand that.
Well, what do you mean when you say plug it in from someplace else?
Someplace that has leftover money.
In highway?
End of the year, right?
It could be highway, it could be elsewhere. That's what a municipal fund transfer would do. We would find money that's been unspent in any department and plug that deficit.
Nelson, if depending on how free cash is certified this year, what are we doing about? What does the picture look like for snow and ice removal next year?
It's anyone's guess. We could have a blockbuster winter or
just, do we have any idea of how much more we'll have in free cash after this year?
No, it's hard to say. It's very difficult to predict. I mean, certainly the property, the auctions, it's gonna help with that. But
do we have like an average year? How much we get, like just general idea, like what we got last
free
year?
cash, I think it's usually around like 300-ish, maybe 400.
I'm just
Yeah,
wanting to see that it might actually cover snow and ice for next year. That's what I'm interested in.
most of the free cash in past years, a bulk of that did go to,
This is an executive order, is it?
no,
Executive
No.
order, no, we don't do those.
We don't sign executive orders. There's a lot of them.
but most years, the bulk of free cash does go to the snow and ice deficit. There usually is, probably 50 to 150,000 left over. That's when we start funding special one-time projects. So,
Okay, so can we move on to 4.4, open and close special town meeting warrant for special town meeting on June 18th, 2025 at 7 p.m.
so I'm just looking at the calendar so we can sort of talk out loud here. The special town meeting is slated for the 18th. We need to post by June 4th. I expect it to just be just a handful of articles. So I don't think it will take town council a long time to review it. But, we are already on the 13th today, so we kind of figure out when we want to open the warrant and when we close it. And we'll probably,
Well, we can open it tomorrow, right?
I think that would make the most
Yeah.
sense.
Or tonight after the meeting, whatever.
No, it
Tomorrow.
should be tomorrow.
So,
And then we could, I think, two weeks at the, opening it for 2 weeks at the maximum would be my recommendation.
so the 27th
The
or
28th.
28th.
Even that's cutting it close.
When does it have to be
Get
posted?
it
The
to town
4th?
council.
It has to be posted on the 4th, so a week.
To get it, well, let's close it on the 26th.
How many days is it required to be?
There's no requirement.
There's no requirement for the length,
For the amount of
just
time.
for
that
the
it's open.
posting. 26th is Memorial Day.
We will probably,
Oh, right.
sign and review it out of session. We'll probably do some sort of, motion, at a future select board meeting that we would sign it out of session contingent on,
Town council.
town council review, but you would have to have them on hand for you guys to review.
Right.
So that probably leads to when you would have meetings. I think having the meeting on the 20th, does that give you enough time? Do we need an out of cycle meeting to discuss the warrant articles?
Is this? Sorry, thinking.
And there's talks about a joint meeting with the Board of Health on the 27th on trash. No,
Calling.
Do you want to close on the 28th
The 28th.
for the warrant, or
Does that give you enough time? The
If
4th is the
town
following
council knows
Wednesday.
it's coming.
Yeah, I usually prime them, I usually kind of start prepping it already, ahead of time, because I don't expect big changes to happen. That way I can quickly send it to him. And like I said, I don't think there's a ton of articles anyways.
yeah, but you
Let's
said
close
that
on
you're
the-
meeting joint on the 27th?
That's what I've been hearing, that the Board of Health wants a joint meeting.
Well, they want the revolving, so that article thing has to be on, we'd have to have that by the 23rd. I mean, maybe they want to meet with you on the 20th. And you close on the 23rd. and then have town council.
I think closing
Review.
on the 23rd
I mean,
gives it more time.
we can still close it on the 28th. That gives us, you know, as much time as we need to button up articles.
And then, if, you know, depending on what brilliant ideas come out of the ethers.
So I think opening it tomorrow on the 14th and closing on the 28th. That's just in case one like sneaks in. And plus, if we're
Well, the one coming from Board of Health should be in before. They're expecting to do something.
That if they
They're
wanted,
asking for this.
if they had a joint meeting with us on the 27th.
or even earlier, I feel like next week we
Put them
really
on the 20th for that and get it to town council.
And get it closed. I would close it on the 23rd, not on the 28th.
I would too.
I would just
I don't see the difference in those days, Memorial Day weekend.
it just putting it doing it the 28th just gives us a little bit more flexibility in case something last minute comes in or we're not able to really button things down until then.
I would
I
ask town
disagree.
council.
Yeah, I just think I think it's cutting it too close, and we've been cutting things close. I think that by the 23rd, people know what they need, and they can put a placeholder on.
Yeah. Except we wouldn't have, unless they have it ready. They can have a placeholder by the 23rd, it's done. They can write their warrant article as long as it's okay with town council. You know, by the 27th, 28th, they'll have their placeholder already. And then he knows exactly what he has to review, not exactly if he doesn't have a verbiage, but certainly how many.
Yeah.
Okay,
Um,
before posting on the 4th.
so we're talking the 23rd or the 28th?
23rd.
23rd.
23rd, all right. So, okay, that would be the motion then.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I move that we open the special town meeting warrant on, what is it?
Tomorrow, 14th.
May 14th, 2025 at, no given time.
I think it's just a date.
Just a
Okay.
day. Yeah.
It'll be
Starts at
closed,
9 tomorrow.
be closed on May 23rd, 2025.
By 5 p.m. I think that
By
has to have a
5 p.m.
deadline.
Yeah, by
Closing
5
has to
p.m.
have a deadline.
Yep.
Okay.
Second.
Second, okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call,
Veronica Kell, yes.
Valerie Goodrich, yes.
and Laura Schiffern, yes.
And just to clarify, people can have placeholders.
They can have placeholders.
Yep.
So the deadline for a placeholder on the special is the
The 23rd
23rd
at 5.
at 5 p.m.
And then worded by the 28th. Yeah, just let them know that. If they don't have the wording. Yeah. So what do we expect to be on that warrant?
There was one that I missed, and this is my bad, from Cemetery Parks. They had actually requested it at the special town meeting that we had, just last week. It was for $15,000 for upkeep and maintenance for Cemetery and Parks. But we have another crack at it.
Where does it come from?
They said they would come from the sale of lots fund.
For the upkeep and celebration shall be paid from the sale of lots funds. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
And you're putting that in the special?
Correct.
There's also, Don was saying something about
Yeah.
someone to be addressed later, or
No, he wanted at this, special town meeting. He actually sent me an email this morning. They were looking to reconsider the article that was voted on at the March special town meeting, regarding the fire truck, the increase.
We signed a,
Well, we signed the contract with the vendor to agree to it, but they don't care where the money comes from, so.
Okay,
So what finance committee is proposing that we reconsider is that, the increase for this fire truck would come, from borrowing instead of free cash. So that would be $87,000, that potentially would go back into free cash.
I'm a no. I'm a no on that. We've done it. It's done. Yes, I agree that borrowing it would have been better, but what does that do to our budget? As far as debt service goes, does it change that now at this point for FY? I'm a no.
What was the
I-
rationale for taking it out of free cash instead of debt at that meeting?
Well, it was amended to be that way.
Because,
It was amended by the fire chief. Because I think the original article was taking out of ambulance receipts, I believe.
okay.
Can we amend? I'm on board if we can amend the one for the school department.
Taking all the free cash.
Can we do that too? I mean,
200,000.
I'm not big on going back to things that were already done and closed out and changing it. I think it's a bad way to.
And voted.
And voted, and, if we're gonna move something around, I'd rather take that 200 from free cash out and put it in the general budget. It means even deeper cuts in the town is what that means. But,
Because the school.
It's no
the school number's
better.
been set, so that can't be changed.
no, but where we take the money from can be. I just don't see going back and did Gary ask for that?
No, this came from finance committee this morning.
I'm a no on that. I just don't think that going around changing your budget on the fly at a special town meeting is, when we've already done what we've done. We've planned our omnibus budget based on it. I mean,
And the premise for taking it out of ambulance receipts is because we've taken so much from that already, or the general budget. I mean, as evidenced by that was part of that big jump,
Presentation.
that big jump between town meeting and special town meeting last year. Part of that change was taking it from ambulance receipts.
Right.
Oh,
yes,
Just so that's clear too, because
Twice.
I think that gets missed a little bit in there. As part of the way we made up our deficit last year was that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. Did they want to take it then from, do they want to borrow it?
They wanted to change the funding source to borrowing, correct?
Where were they at special town meeting?
That was.
I
They
mean,
were there. They voted for all the free cash to come out.
right, on all our, I'm just not, I think at some point you have to do something and stick to it and go forward doing what you can do. That's just what I think. I don't see reconsidering that article. I absolutely agreed that it should have been borrowed at special town meeting, but I do not agree now to changing things. That's just me.
I mean, do you think this will come up if we have a joint meeting with FinCom? Maybe discuss it then, see what they're.
It's possible. I mean, only the select board had the.
Oh, yeah, obviously, yeah.
To put a warrant article on there, so,
I'm not in favor of doing it unless we're gonna do one for the free cash and revert that
from the school one.
from the school.
Fair enough.
I mean, the meeting itself, the body voted both of those.
Right.
So, and we're in a bit of a mess because of it. And so if it's gonna be one, it's gonna be both. For them to make up their mind.
Let me see what other warrant articles there are. It's about 5 minutes before the joint meeting with the Board of Health, so I don't think we can be early necessarily, so.
Right, it's appointed.
Let me see what else is there. Oh, there was one, and I spoke to the police chief about this. It's regarding our current military leave policy. So our current military leave policy allows a individual to be out for 17 days for various military obligations, whether you're, in the National Guard or the reserves or what have you. In a lot of ways, it's insufficient because, some of these folks, they have to do a weekend, a month, as well as 2 weeks during the year.
Mhm.
So that 2 weeks alone, pretty much eats up everything.
That's 10 days,
Yeah, and then.
not a 17,
And then the weekends,
but weekends,
if you're.
I guess if you're a
Police
policeman
officer,
or a
yeah,
fire.
there's actually a police officer who's in that situation right now, and they're looking to adopt or have the town adopt a certain mass general law that actually increases that cap beyond the 17 days. I spoke to the police chief. We need to talk a little further to cost it out, what it's gonna look like. And there's not enough time between now and when the special town meeting warrant period closes to be able to do enough research to sort of put this on.
Then why don't we put it for a special town meeting in the fall?
That's what I'm thinking. I wanted to bring it up because the police officer did send a request to me. So I wanted to at least share it with you guys, and that we are exploring it, but there's just not enough time to do it in June. But I'm all for doing it in the fall.
I'm all for doing it if we can afford to do it. If we can't, I'm just right now not into doing things that the town can't afford. That's all.
Let me see. There's other than that, I can't think of anything else that would be a
Okay.
potential
For
warrant.
the special,
Correct.
okay. Do we have a lot to discuss on 4.6
Hmm.
for the continuation?
I don't think so.
So we're not
think
changing
we
anything
are.
on that.
We can't
on
change
that.
anything in
It's
the
just a
warrant, right?
special.
Right, and we kind of discussed earlier, kind of the order, whether we do the special first versus the.
Do we have a location?
It's at the high school auditorium.
Okay.
Yep, I've confirmed it with the
Good.
school district. We're good to go. Apparently, there is some camp there. And I think it's like a musical camp, so they think there might be some musical instruments playing. It's like a stay away, it's like overnight or some type of camp.
Put some serenading.
Yeah, I think it's loud. I think it might be like drums or jazz or
Well,
something.
they keep everybody
So-
awake.
I'll tell them when to play.
Yeah, my only thought on that is if there's any way we could do the budget first, I think that would be.
I think so too.
Oh, drum and bugle.
Oh,
So that should be.
wow.
But we're in the auditorium, the doors can close, I think we're kind of insulated. It might be kind of nice to hear drums and bugles during the town meeting, I don't know.
Okay, and
Okay.
when will the, town website be updated with that information?
I should do that right away. We'll make sure it's done so that we advertise the second night of the town meeting.
The other thing we should advertise is on the town website is the open houses for water next week. They're on the Facebook page for water, but I didn't see them. This was last night. Have they
There's a
been put
number of
up?
Updates that should be made, things that should come off and the coming things should go on.
I'll make sure that it's advertised. I know Dave in Water has.
It's
um,
on their site.
Yeah, and they've been advertising it and taking
Mhm.
appointments for the slots for the public to sort of tour the new facility.
Yeah, they have about 100
Oh,
so
wow.
far, yeah, because I did
That's
their
good.
meeting last night. 100 people reserved for the tour on May 20th.
Okay.
Great, 17.
Okay. Welcome, everybody. Nice to see you all. Okay, so we have a joint meeting with the Board of Health at 7:15. And I will call the Select Board portion of the meeting to order now. It's 7:15. And roll.
Veronica Cal present.
Sally Goodrich, present.
And Laura Schifrin present. Would Board of Health like to call to order? You're certainly welcome to come up.
Anybody else can, yeah. Their seats.
Today is Tuesday, May 13th, 2016. Board of Health joint meeting with the Board of Selectmen. Roll call, Christian Roman Ramirez, Chairman.
Todd Arsenault.
2025.
2025, thank you.
Okay. So this meeting is to discuss the use of second generation
Even I tripped my tongue with it.
Yeah, so I didn't want to. So, all right, so why don't you go ahead?
So, Ms. Chairman, good evening. So the Board of Health have received some community members that are here among the public, bringing their concerns about the use of second generation rodent sites and how this could affect the wildlife, the domestic animals, and they were very emphatic on their concerns. And we, the Board of Health, we then had sent over to you, to the Select Board, a letter requesting a response regarding the use on second generation rodent sites on municipal buildings and so before going that, the concerns are that that the use of anticoagulant rodenticides are a group of potent poisons designed to kill animals by preventing the clotting of blood, resulting in internal bleeding that causes a slow and painful death. These poisons can take days to work, and when the affected animals becomes prey, it can cause severe consequences for birds, mammals, and other animals, as well as our ecosystem. And we, after the Board of Health, after listening to the presentation by the residents and completing independent research on the subject, the board voted to send the letter that's dated on April 22nd, 2025, that is presented to you, encouraging the Select Board, which are the town leaders, to take action. And with that letter, we sent over a regulation about a proposal for approval for the Select Board. And we have here Rick, our sanitarian, and Jennifer, who was the person who presented the concerns about the second generation rodent sites. And other community members are seeking immediate cease of the use of rodent sites on all town managed properties, including parks, schools, and public buildings, implementing integrated pest management policy that emphasizes prevention, exclusion, sanitation, and the use of non-toxic alternatives, and educate residents and businesses on the risks of rodent sites and encourage voluntary compliance, community-wide. That is, what we have, we are, with the community, and that's why the board had requested, to the select board, the Board of Health requested the select board to give their official pronouncement on their thoughts and what will be at the course of action if continue on with the use of rodent, second generation rodenticides, or for the select board to implement other alternatives.
Okay. Questions from the board?
Madam Chair, Stephanie only submitted a reply to this as well. I don't know if it's in your packet. It is a new one?
It's in mine, yeah.
Okay.
And I got
Should I
quite a
hand
few
it out
correspondence
to-
today too. I don't know if anybody else did.
Yeah.
I didn't get any
I didn't get anything written.
I can give them one. You have a copy of it? Okay.
Do you want, is it, it's for the Board of Health?
That one is-
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to read it
You
into the
have to.
record? It's up to you.
Sure.
It's Town Select Board and Board of Health. It's both, actually.
It's both Board of Health and Board.
You can read it, I can read it.
You can read it.
Okay. Dear members of the Select Board and Board of Health, I am writing as a concerned resident to respectfully urge the town of Townsend to enact a ban on the use of rodenticides on all municipal properties, including parks, schools, and public buildings. In addition, I encourage the Select Board to investigate potential risks these substances may pose to our public water supply. Second generation anticoagulant rodenticides, CSJARs, are particularly hazardous. These poisons do not immediately kill their target, but rather build up in the body over time, leaving rodents vulnerable to predation. As a result, owls, hawks, foxes, and other natural rodent predators suffer fatal secondary poisoning, undermining our ecosystems and natural pest control methods. Domestic pets and young children are also at risk through direct contact or accidental ingestion. There are numerous safer, more sustainable alternatives available, including integrated pest management, IPM strategies that focus on prevention, exclusion, and habitat modification. These methods are not only more environmentally responsible, but often more effective in the long term. Beyond ecological and public safety concerns, there is a growing alarm about the contamination of groundwater and runoff entering our public water systems. Rodenticides can leach into the soil and waterways, contributing to long-term environmental damage and posing serious health risks. The health of our community and integrity of our drinking water should never be compromised by toxic chemicals, particularly when effective, non-lethal alternatives such as exclusion methods, sanitation improvements, and raptor nest boxes are readily available. Many municipalities across the country have taken action to ban or restrict rodenticides, often with the added benefit of cost savings and improved biodiversity through integrated pest management strategies. As stewards of our town's environmental and public resources, I believe it is within our moral and civic responsibility to act decisively. I respectfully request the Select Board to take the following actions. Number one, immediately cease the use of rodenticides on all town managed properties, including parks, schools, and public buildings. Implement an integrated pest management IPM policy that emphasizes prevention, exclusion, sanitation, and the use of non-toxic alternatives. Number three, educate residents and businesses on the risk of rodenticides and encourage voluntary compliance community-wide. Our town has an opportunity to lead by example and prioritize the health of our people, wildlife, and environment. I urge you to take decisive action to eliminate the use of rodenticides and embrace safer, science-based alternatives. I urge the town to adopt a comprehensive non-toxic pest control policy that eliminates the use of rodenticides on public lands. By doing so, we can protect wildlife, promote public health, and demonstrate our community's commitment to environmental stewardship. I appreciate your attention to this critical issue and thank you for your continued service and leadership. Sincerely, Jessica. That's from today.
We did have in our, so there was another one from Linda Durrett. And if you want to do that, and yes, thank you, very detailed report. that
Oh,
we
the
sent.
Harvard one, that was actually from Jennifer, she provided that to the board.
If you have any questions, you can go to that report.
Yeah.
It's like,
So, we have with us Kim from Massachusetts Pest who, is doing the service now. Did you wanna speak to
Actually, I
what?
have a specialist up there, Kevin Moran.
Okay, Kevin Moran,
Kevin,
did you want to speak to, assuming that you got the information that we did? Or the objection?
Yes, good evening. I just heard that. I did not get a copy of it, obviously. The principal issue that the town has to look at is obviously the rodent control for the town in town buildings. There's just a couple of extra points that I'd like to make in the letter. I believe the letter addresses schools. There is already an IPM program in the schools by state regulation. All the school buildings in the town should have an IPM plan and be implementing that. I also believe that the letter, I believe number 2 or 3, just stated rodenticide should not be used. The issue before the select board and the Board of Health is the use of second generation anticoagulant rodenticides. The town can certainly do that just by changing the bid process. The issue is the reason the industry uses these is that they are the most efficient and effective tool we have. Short of a complete IPM program, which says if the town buildings eliminates all the food sources for the rats, that would be fine. But what we have found is that is, in all practical purposes, not possible. The rodent population has expounded greatly in the last 5 or 6 years, especially from COVID. We in the industry, we're not exactly sure why. We have programs coming up that Kim will be attending this summer, where we're bringing in Matt Fry from Cornell. We're bringing in Jonathan Richardson from the University of Richmond to look at these subjects. That is the long-term look when we're looking at why do we have such a huge rodent issue right now. On the short term, my concern, and I spoke to Kim about it, is if the town were to eliminate the use of second generation anticoagulants, it takes a major tool out of the toolbox. Now, are there concerns? Of course there are. The industry has been looking at those. There's a lot of statements out there about animals, and Tufts University, Veterinary University in Grafton has numerous instances where rodenticides have been found in animals, but there have been no fatalities due to the rodenticide. State of Vermont right now is still continuing a major study looking at in Vermont, bobcats and fisher cats. And there are a lot of these animals, when they are hit by a car, they're farmers controlling the bobcats on the property, and they find rodenticide in the system. But that's not what is the cause of the fatality. I think somebody mentioned the Harvard Law School has sued the Massachusetts Department of Agricultural Resources. Right now, MDAR is in the process, phase 1 has been completed, going into phase 2, of looking at the statewide use of rodenticides, specifically second generation anticoagulants. We won't know the results of that at least until the end of the fiscal year, possibly longer. As I said, the town has the right to amend whatever bid they have for rodent control. The problem is that these second generation anticoagulants are a major tool we use. As the town commits to a true IPM program in all their buildings, the need will be less. Kim and I have talked about the use of monitoring baits, monitoring stations, monitoring the population. That's all. That's our integrated pest management, and that's wonderful. But my concern is that to just eliminate one of the tools is putting the town at a disadvantage. You know, again, the town can certainly do it. The Board of Health could put a stipulation in there in the bid process where if the Board of Health deemed an emergency situation occurred, that then the use of second generation anticoagulants would be allowed again by permit or something on town buildings. There is nothing to stop the town from amending their bid process to limit the use of second generation anticoagulant rodenticides on town controlled property. Beyond that, I'm here to answer any questions you might have. In the industry, as I said, we've been looking at this issue for 3 or 4 years now, and we have some major seminars coming up. We also do a seminar for local boards of health. We've done a number of them across the state. We just have not gotten to the, northern Worcester County yet. And I know Kim would obviously invite the Board of Health when that occurs, but it has not occurred yet. But Madam Chairman, I'm here to answer any questions if you like.
Okay, Jennifer, you had something to say.
First off, I strongly disagree about no deaths. And I think that if you were to check with Dr. Maureen Murray, who has said that, excuse me, the allergies today, the birds of prey are literally falling out of the sky. There are numerous places that I follow. I would prefer to have Jim J., who I believe is James Joyce, address the issues that you brought up. And I think the obvious thing is, and I found, and I'm hearing from people who are finding dead owls in towns. I found a dead great horned owl, no injuries, no nothing. Another person came to me, they found a barred owl in our neighborhood over by Turner Road. If you're killing off animals, like one owl can eat from 1,000 to 6,000 rodents a year. You have a mated pair, that's 12,000. They're feeding their young. How many is that? And you wonder why there might be more rodents. And those are just birds of prey. You've got foxes and all other kinds of animals. But I think James Joyce, who I believe is zoomed in, would be much more articulate and knowledgeable than I. Thank you.
Jennifer, thank you. Jim J., did you want to speak?
Hi, so good evening, Select Board of Town of Townsend. I appreciate the opportunity. I did notice that a colleague of mine, Laura Kiesel, is on this call. She had her hand up before I did. I'd like to defer to her if that's possible, and let her go first because she did have her hand up.
I'm glad to speak if that's okay with people.
Sure.
Okay. So my name is Laura Kiesel. I'm the founder of Save Arlington Wildlife, as well as the nonprofit Save Massachusetts Wildlife. I'm a wildlife biologist by degree and training. I've been actually researching and reporting on anticoagulant rodenticides for about a decade now. And actually I'm researching for a book that will be out next year on the topic. To talk about fatalities for the Tufts Wildlife Reports for those exposure rates. So between, I think it was 2007 to 2012, the exposure rates among birds of prey were 86%. She repeated that test only a few years later, looking from 2012 to 2017, and it had skyrocketed back up. Like it went from 86% to 96%. Now that isn't all fatal exposure rates, but there was a percentage of those that were fatalities. I think it was about 7% of those were fatality rates. However, Save Massachusetts Wildlife, my nonprofit, has been subsidizing necropsy since November, end of November. And just since then, we have necropsied 30 animals found in and around Arlington. Every single one of them, and I'm glad to forward all the reports, had widespread internal bleeding, with the exception of one of them. So were deemed to be fatalities, and all of them tested for the fatal range of exposure, which begins at 100 parts per billion. And most of those were well above that beginning threshold. They were usually starting at triple to quadruple that rate, so usually at least 300 to 400 parts per billion. Some were testing as many as 7 to 1,200 parts per billion. So there are definitely fatalities, and Cape Ann Wildlife, which is a raptor rehabilitation facility, way before Save Massachusetts Wildlife, had been necropsying and sending the livers of these animals to a facility. And the vast majority of them had widespread internal bleeding and well into the lethal range, their liver values for these anticoagulant rodenticides. And if you're interested in that data, it's available online. Jim Joyce actually has been compiling it and also adding in the data from my nonprofit as well. But I also wanted to quickly address the idea of the efficacy of the anticoagulant rodenticides. There are currently no peer-reviewed studies that show that these poisons are effective at reducing rodents in contiguous landscapes. The only data that exists are laboratories or very small, tiny islands, and that's not translatable to urban areas. I've spoken to many rodent professionals, including a different Dr. Maureen Murray, who works in Chicago for the Chicago rat study. She's noted that it does not rein in rodents at all because rodents can breed and they can proliferate wildly. So they can basically outbreed the poison. The other thing is the more you use these poisons, the more they actually develop biological resistance, sort of like the way we do if we use too many antibiotics. And antibiotic resistance has been noted in rodent populations all around the United States, including in Massachusetts. Even recently by MDAR, they tested a rat here in Massachusetts and it had over 1,200 parts per billion, a single rat in its system. Again, 100 parts per billion starts lethal range for birds of prey. So the more you're using these poisons, the more they're resistant, but their predators cannot build this resistance. And so what you're doing is you're creating this mismatch where the rats are getting resistance. A lot of them are not eating the poison. If they are, they're not dying or dying right away. They can go months, but their predators eat these and they eat a few rats, get sick and die. And when you wind up taking the predators out of the equation, like you're going to create a trophic cascade where then the rodents are going to inflate. So I also want to mention, I'm in Arlington. We lost 2 bald eagles here. The state did necropsy them and determined that the fledgling did die from anticoagulant rodenticide poisoning. It was the second bald eagle to die in only a few months of that poisoning. The other one was in Waltham. So the state did determine that. Here in Arlington, those were the first bald eagles to nest here since the 1960s. They're still a MESA listed species. And already that nest has been decimated in like the 2 years it's been here from these rodenticides. So our town actually was the first town in Massachusetts to ban these poisons on our public lands. And as our town manager has just testified at a recent town meeting, there's been no adverse effects in policy taking that out of the toolbox. There have been other alternatives. I'm glad to answer any questions on that. And that was back in 2022. So we've had several years of having that policy implemented.
If I may, what was the alternative?
Well, for the most part, like people have noted, it's been increased sanitation, exclusion, trapping. They have used the first generation anticoagulant rodenticides on a couple of occasions, but they have not in a couple of years. So they're actually working with me to phase out the FGARs as well, the first generation. So yeah, it's mostly been, sometimes they'll have like intensive trapping if there's an outbreak, but other than that, it's mostly been sanitation exclusion. They did do a contrapest pilot, which is fertility control. They've done some smart box piloting. So it's been like diverse methods that they've been using.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you want to add anything to the treatment? It's Kevin?
Yes, thank you. As I mentioned, when we're addressing the second generation anticoagulants, there are alternatives. Now, with that, as I said, the town has the right to certainly change the bid process and limit the use of second generation anticoagulants. The issue is some of the alternatives. There are first generation anticoagulants which are effective on rats, not that effective on mice. I usually do not recommend them on mice because of what Laura said. There is a resistance issue going back on mice. Very little issue on rats on the second generation. The other alternatives are what are acute toxins. And these are not anticoagulants. And we just had an incident in Boston. Some of you may be aware of it, where a homeowner had purchased a non-anticoagulant rodenticide for use on his own property, which is fine because they're general use products. And his dog got into it. The small dog, unfortunately, was dead within 24 hours because there is no antidote to these acute toxins. That's why we as an industry are not jumping at that opportunity. And the recommendation is whenever we have dogs involved, we really do not recommend the non-anticoagulants. One issue is when we're talking about birds of prey, we also are dealing with the bird flu. I'm sure everybody has heard of it. And especially when we had that incident in Arlington, Fish and Wildlife, Mass Fish and Wildlife was not front and center with us, was not coming after the industry at all. And we found out why, because that bird had died from the bird flu. This is a major issue with the birds of prey. When it comes to animals, I have Dr. Ed Ricciuti from the Bronx Zoo, retired from the Bronx Zoo, coming up next month, actually, to talk about the adaptation of all of our wild animals in how, and I think all of you know it, we are seeing a lot more eagles, even as Laura mentioned, eagles are back in Arlington. We have a lot more eagles. We have a lot more hawks, fox, coyote, bobcat, and black bear. And my purpose in bringing him up to speak is the same issue with the rodents, is what is happening in that animal kingdom that they are surviving and adapting to living with man. My concern for the town of Townsend, as it is with all other towns, taking one of the tools out of the toolbox. Can it be done? Absolutely. Can you still have rodent control? Absolutely. If you think exclusion is an answer, I would ask you to get bids on doing a rodent exclusion around some of the town buildings. Is that going to keep rodents out? Absolutely, if it's done correctly. In the short term, as I said, the primary tool the industry uses is anticoagulants. And why does the industry use that? Because the bottom line, and the Board of Health can certainly address this, rats and mice are a public health threat, whether it comes to food or the actual vectoring of diseases, which we have, unfortunately, with the Gene Hackman incidents, know that this still exists out there. The purpose of pest management is for disease control. As much as the town of Townsend wants to limit what can be done, that's up to you. Between the Board of Health and the Select Board, you absolutely have that right. Again, my concern is taking one of the tools away. Can Montechusett continue to do rodent control? Absolutely, but you're limiting that. And my only concern would be make sure the letter from the Board of Health states second generation anticoagulants and to give a process where if the Board of Health thought there was some type of emergency or excessive population where the town vendor can revert back to what we use, the primary rodent control product. That would be my concern. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, okay, Christian, you can
Oh,
have another.
yeah, you can go ahead, or I was just gonna
No.
mention what you were probably gonna mention, which is there is
So we
a
have, yes,
specific waiver.
we have a specific waiver, Kevin, and, that there is a waiver that for a situation of emergency, we are allowed to use it, but, let me ask you, Kevin, you mentioned that taking out of the toolbox, right? But also you mentioned that there are other alternatives besides the second generation rodenticides, anticoagulant rodenticides to work with the mice and pest control, correct?
Absolutely. I'm glad you brought that up. There are a lot of alternatives. Absolutely. There are first generation anticoagulants. There are acute non-anticoagulant rodenticides. And then we get into the mechanical control, not only trapping, but we also now have birth reduction materials. Unfortunately, they are not as effective in the field that we see from the lab, but they are available. Can certainly be implemented in any kind of rodent program. And then what we have now, it would be termed mechanical control, but we use carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide in burrows. And we go straight to the burrows and we treat them directly. Again, no kind of residual action. And it's an ongoing program, but we have in the city of Boston, Cambridge, Arlington, we have a lot of these tools now being used. So again, as I said, it's one of the tools that we have in the toolbox. There are others. Thank you.
So in other words, there are tools. We're just taking something out that is affecting our wildlife, that is affecting even our pets that get in contact. I mean, so what I'm hearing correctly is that there are alternatives that can be used and that the town can implement, right?
Oh, absolutely. And I'd work with Kim directly on what some of those alternatives are. Again, the second generation anticoagulants are the number one tool because they are more effective, and they're a little bit quicker in rodent control. Are there alternatives? Absolutely. And well, depending on how you want to write any kind of bid, that it is certainly available. Sure.
Yeah, did you have a question?
No, I was just gonna say,
Okay,
there's the waiver in the proposal.
okay. Veronica, did you have any questions?
No, I'm good.
I do, before I address you, Rick. What do you see in the other towns that you cover, for how they're addressing this issue? Because a lot of them are in proximity to here.
Sure. So I specifically cover 3 towns out of the 15 we cover. So this would be the first town that starts to address the second generation anticoagulants. That policy that you have actually came from Ayer, which is one of the towns that we cover. So they just adopted it, I believe, about a month and a half ago.
Okay.
And they just started implementing it. And like everybody said, there's the waiver in there. So the understanding
In
is
case it
that,
doesn't
yeah,
work.
infestations can get to a point where the SCARs are the most effective and eliminated and taking care of it in a timely manner, which is really what you need to do. And so there is that waiver process to be able to do that and address those kind of public health related concerns.
Yeah, because I'm hearing more that there's more and more population growth
Oh, yeah.
in the rodents.
Yeah, I mean, even in towns, and for whatever reason, it definitely happened during COVID. And I can't tell you for sure, but you know, what everybody said was when all the restaurants in Boston shut down, the rat population started coming out from the city. And it's really where we started seeing the issue in towns. And I had never gotten calls about rats until around 2019.
Yeah, okay. Jennifer?
I just wanted to say the communities in Massachusetts that have rodenticide restrictions, thank you, James Joyce, are Air, Arlington, Brookline, Eastham, Lexington, Grafton, Gloucester, Newton, Lowell, Concord. Concord's been doing this for years. You can call their building department, I spoke with them. Newbury, Orleans, and Belmont. I'm not sure if there's other communities like Cambridge and Boston, and Watertown. But I'm not sure that they put restrictions, but they're trying different options.
I think, I'm sorry, your name?
Ann Gagnon, I'm a Townsend resident. I just wanted to point out a couple things. One, I wanted to point out what Jennifer already mentioned, that the town of Concord has banned the use of escargots for many years. And they have a lot of restaurants in the town of Concord, and they haven't been overrun with rodents. And it hasn't, it's my understanding, it hasn't cost them any more money to do that.
Okay.
Regarding taking a tool out of the toolbox, I beg to differ. I think using these escars end up taking out the natural predators. And that's taking a very large tool out of the toolbox.
Okay. Well,
And even if birds of prey or foxes aren't killed outright by these poisons, which they have been, and it has been documented, but another concern are sublethal doses where the predator doesn't actually die from the poison immediately, but perhaps they have a harder time hunting, perhaps they're more susceptible to avian influenza, as you mentioned. Certainly foxes are more susceptible to mange when their immune system is fighting off this poison, etc. And then my last point is, if there's as you mentioned, there are exceptions for specific cases, and I would hope that they are used as exceptions, not just because it's easier to go back to using the escars.
Well, I believe it was stated it was for an emergency, so it would have to be something that really rose to a level that would cause us to feel that.
Yes. I'm happy to read that section if anybody wants.
Yes, go ahead.
Emergency waivers for the use of escars on town-owned property may be obtained from the select board. Emergency waivers shall be restricted in time and location and shall only be granted after a well-documented request detailing a significant rodent infestation of public health consequence that has already exhausted all viable, less toxic integrated pest and rodent management practices.
Okay, so I hear that, but again, if we had a lot of people inundated with rats or rodents, I'm sure that they would be all over town hall wanting it to be resolved. Because we're not used to that. So there are other methods that can be used and fitted out, and do you have any other comments? I mean, I think we want to protect the wildlife and we want to protect our citizens. So we should find a common ground to be able to do that. Any other comments?
I just want to say I appreciate Montezuma Home Care. I mean.
Yeah, but I do know Massachusetts Home Care.
Yeah, I know. That's why it comes automatically. Kim and her employees have been helpful and responsive when I've called. I appreciate it.
We try to be.
the talks, and I would fully expect that her company would be willing to work with us.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is my hometown too, so.
Yeah.
You know, I grew up here my entire life, so I get it. This is our town.
And as long as we have
I'm willing to work, and
safeguards.
Kevin's wonderful to work with. He will, guide me on where I need to go on certain things. He keeps us up to date on everything all the time. We can do this.
Okay, so this becomes a policy of the town via the Board of Health through the selectmen?
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes.
I think that having all the information that from the community especially, if possible, and if I have the authority to in this joint meeting, I'd like to make a motion to ban the anticoagulant rodenticides second generation in Townsend, with the exception of emergency instances where for provision on the regulation that we propose to the Board of Selectmen.
Is there a second? It's a joint meeting. We jointly do this.
Second.
Any further discussion? from the
Yeah, I
board?
have questions. So, where does this policy sit? Is this a regulation of the Board of Health? You said regulation in your motion, or is this a select board policy?
It should be a policy, yeah, so it wouldn't be adopted as a.
Now, is it a select board policy?
It would be a select board policy. Because
Okay.
ultimately, you guys have control of the town property, and so the Board of Health isn't really in a position to pass a policy like that.
All right, so this is a policy.
It says town policy on it.
Yeah, I see that, but.
Yeah.
It depends
Good
on
clarification.
Where it sits.
Yeah.
Where is this
Is
sitting?
it gonna be involved in the first and second reading? And
Yes,
approval?
yes, it will be.
Okay.
Third and fourth.
And put up on the,
Website?
yes, yeah, exactly. It'll be one of the ones that's definitely in,
Is there a template for the policy?
You have it, and
Okay.
we could probably get you.
is it, we have a hard copy, is there soft copy? Do
I
you
can
have
get
it
you an
in?
electronic copy.
Yeah, that would be good. So. And then my other question has to do with the bid policy. I mean, we have to bid this out then. And
Just revamping that.
and so I never saw the bid on this. I thought it was
It's
who
actually
normally
coming up
does.
for renewal.
Pardon me?
It's coming up for renewal.
It's coming up for renewal
I've been
and,
waiting for this meeting to do anything.
okay,
So,
okay.
Is that
So
starting
that's my
July
question.
1st?
yes.
Okay.
But
You're allowed to
Is
have
there an
questions.
additional cost to alternative?
it should not be much,
Okay.
if any, okay? We actually are visiting all the buildings tomorrow, and I will instruct my technician to pull everything on, check. Tomorrow.
And would it be replaced with a different variety that's not a
Well,
second
what's nice is
generation?
that the bait stations that are there, okay, are a multi-use in a way. We can set snap traps in there, we can do monitoring blocks, we can do things like that. So there's other ways of doing things if that is what we wish. I'd like to discuss with Kevin a little further, what his feelings are about it, and I can bring it to you guys and we can make some decisions.
That was my question. It was obviously what you're doing now is the most effective, least amount of work.
Oh, absolutely. But you know what, when we come here, we open every station.
Right, but if you implement something new.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be as effective as, it's gonna take more work.
It is.
But if that's the policy, then, and that's what the people want, then that's what we're gonna be paying for. So, nothing comes without a cost. Yes.
Sabrina.
Madam Chair,
Just, go ahead.
my question would just be, would it impact the frequency of the visits?
you think?
Well, that's a good question. Depending on what route we go, it could be a situation where if you want snap traps, those need to be checked all the time. Okay, and that's a lot of work.
Is that what you're proposing, snap traps?
I don't know yet. I want to dig into this a little bit further.
Okay, Leslie, if they need to be checked regularly, is that something the facilities here could do? Or is that
As long as
something
there's
that
not a
you do?
stitch of bait in there, okay? Legally, they are not allowed to even open those things.
Okay.
Even though they do,
Uh-huh.
because we've had a case that it has happened here.
But you're the only
Especially
licensee to do
individuals.
that. The facilities wouldn't have a license to.
No, facilities doesn't. I'm just thinking if they're coming, I mean, if you have snap traps, that's pretty continuous.
So, yeah, I think what you're saying is the use of pesticides would have to be by them because they're licensed.
Yeah.
Snap traps alone without any bait could be.
Right.
Without any bait.
Yeah.
Just a question, you said you're coming through tomorrow and you would remove everything tomorrow, but then from tomorrow to July 1st with a new contract, what would you be replacing it with? Because obviously you can't just take it all out.
What I'm thinking
We haven't adopted the
we have a
policy
little bit
yet.
of grasp on what's really going on here. You know, when we come here, we're placing maybe 2 or 3 per box, okay, of these blocks. Okay, and they're very secure in these boxes. I don't know if you've ever opened one up and seen it, but there's a person there. Okay, and so even if a child came up and shook that box like crazy, nothing's falling out because they're on posts. All right, and if a little kid can pick those up because they are weighted, okay, so they don't blow away, they don't get tipped over.
But you will have an alternative, if you take it all out tomorrow, something else is gonna go in that box because from May to July 1st, we don't have.
So what I'm thinking is possibly, you know.
Please understand too, the policy is not in place.
Yeah.
We're gonna do the vote, policy has to be written and it has to be.
It'll be another month.
So it
till
could
we-
actually go
So,
on
yeah.
July 1st and that would
But
just.
we're,
help
the timing will be
You
there.
know, you tell me, do you want them removed tomorrow? Do you want to wait until we have a concrete plan?
Jennifer?
I'd just like to add that we are in baby season. Owls have fledglings. I think probably someone, either James or.
Kevin has his.
Kevin has his hand up and I'd like to have him speak. Kevin?
Yes, I just wanted, Kim has addressed most of the issues when it concerns the bid process and so forth. I would just give a little homework to the Board of Health or the health agent to download the most recent CDC guideline for handling snap traps and rodents in snap traps. It's one of the programs I go over in my training. The CDC now has a guideline for handling these rodents by the general public or somebody that's not trained, because there are certain issues with other vectors, fleas and mites and ticks, et cetera, that are carried by these rodents. So the Board of Health, I'm sure any of you guys can download that and just have that available in the town if people think that they want to start handling some of that stuff. That's why we try to defer it to the professionals that, are gloved up and long shirts and et cetera, et cetera. But there is a recent guideline by CDC. That's all. Thank you, madam.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Jim J., did you want to say something?
Hi, yes, good evening, Madam Chair and the members of the Select Board. So I'm Jim Joyce. I'm from Woburn, Mass. I'm also a member of the Harvard Law Coalition that Kevin spoke about. And I'm also a member of the Wildlife Rehabilitators Association of Massachusetts. And I work directly with Cape Ann Wildlife up in Gloucester and Essex. We do have I'll just add to what Laura had said, if we do have a whole database of animals, birds of prey, and also mammals that have absolutely, we've concluded and it's been concluded that they did die from second generation anticoagulants. We have all the test results. We have full necropsies that have been done, independent necropsies, so those have been verified. Kansas State University is the diagnostic laboratory, is the lab that we use. It's also been used by the New England Wildlife Center in Weymouth and down at the Cape. So it's reputable, and also our results do mirror the results of Dr. Maureen Murray out at the Tufts Wildlife Clinic, Tufts University Cummings School of Veterinary Medicine. All of those reports were all sent to the Massachusetts Department of Agricultural Resources. Taryn Lascola has all of them. They are part of the independent review that Kevin mentioned for these rodenticides. And if the select board would like a copy of the report, the link to the report, I've got all the data analysis, and we've got every necropsy and every liver test that's in that compilation, and I'd be more than happy to provide it to the select board.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Christian?
Yes, Madam Chair. I urge that the people is requesting this, and I think that as a democracy that we are, we should listen to what the people are voicing and the professionals. And I think that if possible, if we should, I represent a motion to vote on the town policy on the use of second generation anticoagulant rodenticides on town-owned property.
Second.
I thought we already had
We already
that
have a
motion
And
on
a
the
second,
floor.
but that's okay.
We
were in
Clarification.
discussion. Is there any other discussion from the boards
Not
on the
from the board.
motion? Hearing none, we'll take a roll call vote.
To adopt the policy.
To
and
adopt the
rebid
policy.
Veronica Kell, yes.
Valerie Goodrich, yes.
Laura Schifrin, yes.
Dr. Christian Roman Ramirez, yes.
Just having sat on the board tonight, I don't think I would wish to vote at all.
Abstain. Abstain.
I abstain,
Good.
if that's
All
okay.
right, so
Absolutely.
this motion passes and we will work on the policy and everybody will be informed.
Okay, so Rick will send us a doc file.
Yes.
And we'll get a first reading and a second reading on, and then write up a bid for what we want and get it to Massachusetts so that she can provide it with us and keep things as they are until we have the policy and the thing in place, yes or no?
Yes.
That's the question. I mean, we have things set up right now to instantly change the contract that we have. Might not be the best thing in the world. I don't know.
That is completely up to you guys.
What does the Board of Health want?
Can you reformulate the question, please?
Well, we have a contract to the end of June, right? We have a policy that's not yet written, correct? We then have to go out for a new process, which is going to be a different bid, okay? To be effective July 1st. So hopefully all of that gets accomplished between now.
I think that'd be the correct way it'll be fair to initiate the new contract starting on July 1st, because humanly it's to get this started like tomorrow. It's
only 6 weeks, so
I mean,
Jennifer?
what can we put in there
You had
instead?
thoughts on what we do. No. You had thoughts, you said, on what we do in that intro?
Yeah, if you want them pulled now, it's not a problem. Kevin and I will work on things as far as what's gonna be the best for the town, okay? And then I will present everything to you. Excuse me.
are you going to do that within the contract that we have now?
I will revamp it.
Okay, revamp it.
The next month.
Okay. Jennifer?
I personally would offer, if it's not too excessive, if there's an extra cost for the month and a half, I would help cover it, or I would cover it. It's important that we stop now during baby season to me. And I would be willing
You agree, Rick?
Yeah, I mean, it's really up to you guys. You guys are the ones that sign the contract with Montezut, and if you guys are in agreement that that's what you'd like to do, then you move forward with that. And you probably want it at least a policy in principle, though, at least a typed up policy.
Before she does anything.
I mean, I would assume that you probably did.
Yeah.
Yes, Sabrina?
How soon can we get it forward for amendment to the
I'll
contract?
have it first thing in the morning. I got an appointment in the morning, but I'll have it to you by the end of the day.
Okay, all right. There's another question.
Regarding, and Gagnon, regarding the policy, as Rick had mentioned, we had provided you a copy of what AIR had just recently done. I thought it was very well written. If you've read it yourself, you'll see that. I don't think.
And it may come out the same way, but we have to write it for Townsend.
I
and
understand
there
that,
has to
but
be a
if-
reading.
If you just let me finish, I was going to say that, it would be simple enough to just insert the town of Townsend in the name, and I think you'd pretty much be good to go.
I'm not the policy writer. I'm looking at this thing.
I don't have, you guys never forwarded me any information, letters that you've received or anything. Can I be part of that email chain from now on? Regarding all this, I have nothing.
Sabrina, can you make sure she has everything that we have in our package for tonight?
They've been delivered to us in multiple ways. One was handed to us in person earlier today. Some have emailed us. So it's come like different methods, but we're more than happy to share those letters with
That'd
you.
be great, so I know what's coming forward to me. I have nothing to read to say, okay, well, this is incorrect or correct or whatever it may be. I'm kind of in the dark.
If you want to give us your email, I'm
Most
sure
certainly will.
Jennifer and I could send you whatever information, we provided. Thank
So I
you.
guess the question at hand is, are we changing for this last part of the year?
Yeah, so, and if Kim works with Nelson and we figure out what we're doing, that's fine.
Right, I'm fine with that also.
You guys are meeting the next two, 20th and 27th?
We still need to decide that.
We haven't made the
So-
decision.
So would that be that, do we need to put anything in place that would change, or just
No, we'll
informal?
we'll just do informal.
Okay, and Madam Chair, now that we're here before we adjourn our meeting, we wanted to, if we can set up a joint meeting to talk about the revolving account and the trash contract that was presented on the town hall meeting, so that we can talk as a body. We, on the 22nd of May, we have a joint meeting with we requested a joint meeting with FinCom and with the community to get their input after the town hall meeting last Tuesday to talk about it. So I, as chair of the board, am requesting if we can set up a date that now we're all here, that we can set up for another joint meeting to talk about this before the town hall meeting.
So, we just opened the special town meeting warrant. It'll open tomorrow. It will end at 5 p.m. on the 23rd. You can put your placeholder there, and then the warrant article itself will have to be written by the 28th to be posted by June 4th. So that's the timeline for that special
So it's
special meeting within the annual that's going to happen on June 18th.
Mm-hmm.
We just open
The warrant
for the special. As of tomorrow morning, and then the articles are due, or placeholder due, by 5 p.m. on the 23rd of May. And then your thoughts have to be written by the 28th to go to town council, which will be posted on June 4th for the June 18th meeting.
So that means that we are not able to have a joint meeting then?
Yes, you
Oh,
can.
yeah, we can.
The
If
next
there's a-
one's the 20th.
We don't have to use a placeholder, and we can just pass by it at the special meeting if we decide something else.
No, the placeholder is just that we're gonna have something on there. And if you're not putting anything on, we can skip it over. But if you want something on the special town meeting warrant, you need to let Nelson know by the 23rd. You might not have the exact words for it yet. If you don't, the exact words are due on the 28th.
If I may, Nelson actually approved town council's legal request for the Board of Health to work for that warrant article. So.
Oh, good. Well, that's good. Yeah.
I don't know what the language is, but I did approve, just broad strokes, what that would end up looking like.
So for what Christian said, we need a date for a joint meeting. So what's your suggested date?
I know that the Board of Health is meeting on the 27th at their regular meeting.
Be a big agenda, Christian. What about the 22nd when you're meeting with the finance committee already? Did you do it around that time? Because you and Todd are already.
We can do that joint meeting on the 22nd with the select board after we're done with FinCom. We can do it on the same day on the 22nd at the same time at 7:15-ish.
I have a 6 o'clock meeting that night for housing and a 4 o'clock meeting that day. So what time are you doing this?
7:15. 7:15.
How about 8 o'clock?
I don't have any issues being 8 o'clock.
I'll be on
Going
Zoom.
We can do it on the 22nd then at 8 o'clock then?
Do 7:30.
7:30?
And I have a request for the Board of Health
Mm-hmm.
to look at old expended annual town meeting and special town meeting articles to for seed money as opposed to stabilization. It's not necessarily a Board of Selectmen because we haven't voted that, but that's my request.
Okay.
When you look at our stabilization is so low and we don't have any money in the checkbook.
Right.
So my example is if you have a $60,000 household budget, we have nothing in the checking account and we have $3,000 in an emergency fund. That's where the town is right now. So taking it from stabilization is perhaps not the wisest choice. And if you read the policies for the town, it's not the use of stabilization. But just like we did for the painting a town hall and for capital stabilization, check and see if there are old warrant articles on there that are not fully expended that can be
combined
to get money for. That's like shaking all the piggy banks in everybody's bedroom. That's what that is. But it might work.
Okay.
So
we'll work on that then. Can I get a motion to adjourn the Board of Health meeting?
Your first one.
I make a motion to say adjourn.
Okay.
Adjourn.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Meeting adjourned at 7:19. 8:19 p.m.
Okay.
Thank you.
Motion to
Thank you,
adjourn
board
joint
members.
meeting.
Well, take a motion to join the joint meeting at 8 p.m.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Oh, I don't want to kill babies, but I don't want a lot of rats.
I get it, okay.
Thank you.
And, yeah,
So do you want me to follow stations tomorrow, or do you want me to let them be for now?
Just let them be, unless you can, what could you put in there that's not a second
I'll
generation?
have to go in.
I mean, is a first generation, is that a no-go?
We're saying that's what you're using. It's,
Right now, we're using the first generation.
I mean, I would opt for not using any
Right.
person.
First generation, is.
I'm
Okay,
okay
get
with,
these away from me.
I'm okay with her discussing it with you and you work it out.
That's all.
Oh, you sure?
It's gonna be
Yeah.
outside of
Thank
the
you.
contract
Should,
until we have a policy.
there might be one or two more letters, but.
Yes.
You know, like, there's some dates out there that shouldn't be. But it takes like 3 or 4 days for a woman to die. And it's kind of suffocating. I would rather probably put some monitoring blocks in there to see what's going on.
Somewhat.
They're monitoring blocks, and not toxic.
Okay, yeah, when you said you could monitor, I think that's important.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because if it comes to a situation where there's a lot of activity, and we do have to maybe for a week, put a little bit in, we may have to do.
Okay.
Let's monitor and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Before people get going. And you know my number?
I do.
Okay, you know, feel free. Sometimes I'm really busy. Don't answer.
Same here,
But-
trust me. Same
Okay,
here.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nelson, thank you. I appreciate it.
Anything that you communicate, insurance agreements, or the. Okay. All right. Thank you. Any comment?
No, just work with Nelson and let's get the contract set up.
I'll work on the vehicle evaluation tomorrow. I should have it to you by the end of the day. Just, you know, if there's any meetings, I cannot be here from 16th of June to the 18th of June. It's a destination. I got a baby coming, Jessica's due the 10th. She was getting nailed on the 18th. Oh my God. So, yeah, we got it very busy. Should be back. I'll fly back on the 23rd, so from the 16th to the 23rd. Okay.
You got it, that?
Yeah, that should be fine.
Just
All right.
all right, thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time.
Thanks for coming.
Yes, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So are we at 4.7,
Yes.
financial software for budgeting?
Well, you know, 2.5 hours in.
How do we get up?
Do you know some towns have the length of meeting policies for select boards?
I'm telling you. I haven't been home since 10 o'clock. I had a dental appointment at 11. I met my swimming friends at 1 for lunch. I had my PT evaluation at 3 and I drove straight from there to here. So I'm gonna eat all that candy. But
Excuse me, have you guys taken a recess?
We have.
Okay, thank you.
You did, okay.
Thank you for the break, guys. Okay, 4.7, financial software for budgeting, Nelson?
Is this something that Monica put on? I can't-
This was, you probably got this. I've never seen this, so, or Sabrina did. This is ClearBell. I requested this. The other one, the budget process one, is what Sue Licio told us about. And she had she has files, which I gave them to you, didn't I, Sabrina?
14.7 is
Yeah, this is financial software for budgeting. These are the two pieces of software that the town has gotten over the past 9 years, and that has disappeared from use. The one, okay, so second half is this. Sue Licio sent me this, budget process and document enhancements.
And that's where I read from today, if everybody's curious.
Yeah, so in 2017, the Collins Center did a thing for the town, and included with it was software, which apparently did get used. Not since I've been a selectman, not since FY21 for budgeting. For whatever reason, it stopped being used. And Laurie Plord, who was our accountant, and Jim Kreidler apparently used it, according to Sue, for 2, 3, maybe 4 years.
So I think it assisted in all those documents that we would have.
Yes, at town meeting. It is nowhere to be found. So it must have walked out the door. Okay, so then Eric got ClearGov. And this was August of 2022. He did a community compact thing. And it's on if you look at December and January, 2022, 2023, we got the ClearGov software. There's going to be trainings. We all got logins to it. And ClearGov was uploading all of our data. And then I was out in April. I never knew what happened. We were in the midst of budgeting, just like we've been crazy for, February and March. And I figured after town meeting, this would come back and become something. No, it's like gone. But we had the software, and Sabrina's been able to log in. I haven't tried my login. So it's still existing here in Town Hall.
And that can be used for forecasting.
Yes. Sabrina.
However, nothing new is. Right, that's no process.
And there was a cost to that.
And it's
Would have to be
17.
we had the one-time setup fee and the annual subscription, I thought.
And I think, I can't remember, we had reached out to ClearGov in recent months. I don't remember we got a quote from them. But I feel like it's something worthwhile to have long-term, not just for 1 or 2 years, because you can't just have it for 1 or 2 years. It needs to be an ongoing thing that you use in your toolbox. So I'll try to find out what the cost would be, and maybe when we have free cash certified, we put a warrant article to fund it, for 1 year, and then keep funding it each year through a warrant article through free cash or some other means.
Through the budget, the
I think
MIS budget.
I think a lot of people that come through with these documents and stuff like that their town has online, I think they're all using something like this. And communication we need to, because I think, like we all know, it's not going to be easy a couple of years, and how we communicate that. And if we have something that can more easily help us without us having to do all these
little spreadsheets and this and that. No, it should all be here. And we should be using the same thing that the FinCom uses.
Absolutely.
Everybody should have logins to it.
So we're all on the same page, and next year when we're going through this, everybody can see the information beforehand.
Right.
Look at everything, update it, so we're all looking at the same source. You're not feeling like you're doing 20 million versions of everything every day.
So there's many, there's probably 6 iterations of the budget, just like 6 main versions. I'm always tweaking it here and there. So yeah, it becomes a difficult task of keeping track, and yeah, just so many versions.
Any consideration for trading cards?
That was the problem.
Everybody would have to use the same software in the building.
Yes.
Percent that they have.
When you say everyone, we'd still use Vadar and stuff for accounting, correct? Okay, so, but everybody in.
For the budget, it would be.
I don't see a problem with that.
Usually the software, it's fairly user-friendly and intuitive. Because they kind of do all the pretty stuff behind the scenes, and you just sort of input the data, and it'll present it in a very nice user-friendly format, and graphs, reports and things like that. So while I do think there is some training to be done, I think it's fairly user-friendly.
As long as I'm not the one using it. I'm sure.
So I'll start exploring what that would look like. ClearGov is clearly the industry leader when it comes to municipal budgeting. I was actually looking at a previous town I was working in, just to look at their budget, and they use ClearGov. It's pretty neat. Like, you can dive right into certain departments. You dive in deeper into the detail behind it. So it's all there. There's no, not that we're hiding anything, but now the public can literally dig into the details themselves versus us posting spreadsheets or having big.
You mean the public has login? What do you mean by that?
They can see the
They won't
detail.
have login.
They can't change anything, but they can
look.
yeah, they can see the details.
Yeah,
I think that's really critical too, because I personally, like, there's no way we're not gonna be asking for future overrides probably at this point in time. And I think we really have to communicate if we're gonna be doing that. Like, and if this is the tool that we get, helps us to help people understand how dire the situation is. Yeah.
Okay, we agree on you going forward with investigating that and bringing it back.
Please.
4.8, restructuring of town services. We have this public works consolidation analysis.
this was another thing. This is something the DLS did, that was floating around. Well, they did it to see if we could put public, I can't even read this. This is called restructuring of town services. Okay, so here we are, we're in this budget crisis, and we're sitting stagnant with everything that we've already done, and we're keeping everything the same. Is there a way to consolidate services in town and be more efficient, do things differently? And
staff overlapping,
maybe overlapping, as far as like cemetery and parks. It was a DPW study. It was a public works study, and there was a committee at the time. Nothing was ever done with this. And this is several years ago, almost 10 years ago. Yeah. So the numbers in here wouldn't be right, but I'm wondering if somehow things couldn't be consolidated somehow. I mean, everybody has temporary workers, couldn't we just have one pool of temporary workers that did cemetery parks in the summer, that did highway in the winter? We're hiring our snow and ice. We're hiring all these outside plow guys. You know, could we use our own staff to do that and somehow, you know, with the temporary pool that we have?
Is that cheaper in the long run?
I don't know.
Well, only because, if you say you keep them going all year round, but they work for different departments.
No, they would be one department, just different
tasks. Okay,
Yes.
so they would have more hours. They wouldn't just be temporary, or would they be? I mean, I'm talking benefits.
Not necessarily, yeah.
Okay, and then I'm thinking two ways that may actually save us money if we're not doing the overtime during,
right,
you know,
right.
that's gonna cost us more money.
Yeah.
So if that washes, even if it washes, or if you save a little bit, it might be better to do because we keep people busy longer, you know? They'll be able to have more hours versus.
I just
you'd have to
wanted
get
to
other
throw it out
departments to agree, right?
You know, and maybe it's something that we want to have another DLS study done in the fall or in the summer or whatever, to look at how we could restructure, because the money problem is going to continue. So we need to find a way to help with that.
Does it make sense to get the players together to look through this?
I think it makes sense, the various departments that we would want to restructure, you know, to be underneath Public Works umbrella. You know, me coming from Public Works for many years, I have a general sense, or pretty good sense of what departments it should be and how they would be structured. They're still very siloed in a lot of ways, but I do think, given how small we are, you know, the temporary pool helpers could float around different departments depending on the need. You know, there might not necessarily be savings there, but I think at least things would be more centralized.
Is that something that you would discuss with these department heads? Maybe in a group setting or round table kind of thing, and have them do this and throw out their ideas?
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
they know their departments better than anybody else does. Right?
Absolutely.
Right.
Like I said, you
Have them review this too.
yeah. In my experience, even when there's a centralized, you know, public works department, things are still very siloed. The highway guys don't necessarily have all the interaction on a day-to-day basis with, you know, the Parks and Recs guys, or even the tree department,
water department,
the facilities. But you know, those guys are, you know, typically wear multiple hats, so I think that's where some of the what's the word, overlapping, you know, can happen. Yeah, or you know, one guy can certainly fill in for another guy in another department.
That was mentioned in here about coverage during vacations and how difficult that can be. And also just something that I had found was, this is 2016, so I imagine it's even higher now, is about 2/3 of communities have consolidated public works in the state, so.
And that was in 16, so it could be higher now.
Yeah, so just for
or less if it didn't work.
And it's usually the smaller towns that don't have a consolidated public works.
Pepperell does.
Pepperell does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Pepperell does.
I don't think Ashby does.
I don't know about Ashby, but I know Pepperell does from that perambulation stuff.
Does.
So,
Lunenburg does also. Don't quote me on that.
Most places do. Again, like I said, it's really the bigger, it's the smaller towns that don't. And Ashby does not. They have a highway department. They have, but they do not have a full-fledged public works.
I think I was also looking to a lot of towns that go out for grants for facilities for public works. There seems to be maybe a little more options there if it's a public works facility.
Right.
Versus
For grants.
at least
Yeah.
that was just a quick perusal I did based on this, so.
So
there could be some options there if that was something.
I think the discussion has been there for many years, you know, an actual study has been done, so I think there's some, there's certainly some, desire to make it happen. So, yeah, I'll talk to various department heads that I think would make the most sense to be under the potential public works department. Get some feedback and see what.
I think in our case too, water probably would have.
Everywhere I've worked, water and or sewer is typically part of public works, but I think in this setting, that probably would not really work.
Not until we have full-wide town services. We don't have that here.
I think they want their,
I think that's what we paid for, so.
But they have now, because I asked the question last night. They have a large amount of the community is on public water. And there's only about 800 private wells.
Those are the ones that are,
Yeah.
you know, may have private well. Do you have a private well? Yeah. So it's.
But only 800. So they have the majority of the town as users.
Because all of the neighborhoods are pretty much town water. All of the denser neighborhoods.
but there are some neighborhoods, I believe, that, might be, a good candidate to add town water. Dave has mentioned to me that, you know, every once in a while, he'll hear from folks saying, hey, are you gonna be adding town water to this neighborhood? So, you know, it's not an easy project to get off the ground, but, there are.
You have to be pretty close too.
Yeah, so it has to be strategically located, so, but there are talks, you know, so I wouldn't rule it out that down the road, little pockets here and there may end up with town water. It's something that we're certainly considering.
Okay, so you'll talk to people and let us know.
Yep.
So 4.9, creation of financial policy review committee.
Yes, that was something that I brought up way back when.
And so this was approved by the finance on June of 23, or reviewed.
No, these are by other boards. This is our free cash policy, I believe. We have a free cash policy. No, or are these the ones that I gave you? I gave them to Sabrina. I pulled these from all different towns. There's a whole stack of them here. And to look at how do people do things. Yeah, free cash should be maintained at a minimum of 5% of the total operating budget. For us, that means it should be like 1.2 million.
I don't think any place is less than that.
That's free cash. That's just free cash.
Free cash.
So, anyway, so we pulled these out after the I pulled these out after the March 10th meeting. So how do we do things? And free cash is addressed not only in the policy that you read earlier, but in another one that we have, where it's not to be used for one-time uses or for, you know, don't put it in your operating budget because you're going to have to make that up the next year as well. So in any event, I think we need, this goes with the ClearGov software as well. I think we need a financial team. So this is another task for you, Nelson, to, you know, meet with accounting and assessing and the treasurer's office, and build a financial team to look at the ClearGov software, to get on board with that, and also to look at the policies that we have so that we can have it goes together, a goal of building our stabilization, a goal of building we don't even have capital stabilization.
I know in a lot of times there's basically a committee and it consists of the town administrator, a member of select board, a member of finance, assessor, treasurer. Sometimes they can get school also because that's such a big part.
But if it's not a regional, but yeah.
Because we're regional, that might be
A
trickier
little
in our
different.
case, but
Yeah, but yes, and to meet and figure out how this is all
there's
gonna
no
work.
forms there, so.
Yeah. So, that was the purpose of this, is to solidify our financial policy, solidify the software that we're using to do it, and to make it so that if all of us go away, it still keeps going. Because it seems that things happen here, and then things happen here, and there's no overlap. So
I think it's a worthwhile goal to strive for. I'm totally in agreement with that. I think the only hiccup that I might have is, free cash or stabilization. At the moment, that's subject to any sort of town meeting vote. So at that point, it's the will of the voters. And
of course.
Well, that is, but if we have the goal to build it up, to put something, I mean, even Dawn was saying, oh, we have to put 150 from free cash back into stabilization. This was in December. And I said, no, what about snow and ice? And I'm kicking myself because we probably should have done that in that special town meeting in January. And then it would have looked different when we went to March. I don't know if you remember that, but it was in a meeting and Dawn was saying we have to put money back in stabilization because we took it out last year. And he is right.
Yeah.
So,
and I think, well, I do vaguely remember that now. And I think we said that typically is handled,
annual town meeting.
Annual town meeting.
Yeah, it is typically.
Yeah.
But then it just went crazy. And yeah, it's subject to the vote of the people. It always is. But the suggestions that are made should hold weight, as opposed to, I don't know. I just kind of believe that the department heads know their departments. And if there's a financial team, they know how the finances work. And the voters, if there is something in place that isn't flying in the wind every year, I think you'll have a more positive result. That's all. One that benefits the town.
And I think that allows us to, I know lots of people have reached out and said, there's things that we did, they can give some help and feedback.
Right. I mean, we've been putting 5,000 a year away for the, 350th or whatever celebration, 300th celebration coming up in a few years. We didn't do that this year. We didn't have the free cash to do it. Hopefully come fall, we'll be able to rectify that. But who knows? So anyway, it's just to put a financial team together and start working towards getting all the ducks in a row, because it is not going to get better financially, especially if the schools don't get all the money that they would like to get.
I know FinCom would like to participate in that too. So.
Pardon me?
I think having FinCom involved in that process too would be good.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Just so that because then when we have those discussions with the departments, everybody's on the same page going into it. All the information. So far, Larry.
4.10, discussion of public record requests.
Right, this is the policy that we went over before, and I wanted to bring it back. I'm not yet ready to read it, so there will be no third reading. I would like you guys to take a look at it. And it's the redlined one, this last one, that we want to look at. This is the one that Adam redlined. And I'm looking
After
here.
we did our second reading.
After we did our we did the, why does this have a date for adopted? So I think that this is, I'm looking here. All right, the one that does this one,
The first one?
the first one, the top one, goes with this.
So
with
it
Adam's.
is that.
So this is the one's, number 8. You should have 2 plain ones and 1 redlined one. The one that has the stuff at the bottom, set this aside. This was the one we gave to Adam. We read it, we did a first reading, we gave it to Adam.
These are his changes.
Adam came back with this. All right, this is the second reading. All right, and we read this and said, yeah, we're not gonna go with this. And it was around the fee. Maybe this isn't as bad as I thought.
I don't think it's a huge,
Yeah,
So I don't think I read this already.
it's very similar.
it is. We read this. This is, and these were the changes that were made.
You just struck out the last part of that.
Mm-hmm.
And the small bit of number 4.
I think that I'm reading this, I am too.
Simplified.
Yeah.
Just took out some.
Yeah.
The one thing that I would like, I think that, and I think, Nelson, this is a you thing again. I think that it would be good if all the departments were on the same page with public records requests. You know, as far as knowing that if it's going to take more than 2 hours, they need to, you know, understanding this policy, I guess is what it comes down to.
Okay.
That the person should be charged.
Yeah.
Some of the public records requests, I know I spent 2 hours on the phone with Sabrina on Friday just to fill a request that had to do with ARPA funds that I knew nothing about because it was something that was in play, you know, when I was no longer a selectman. And it was a public records request for something to do with a used fire truck that I knew nothing about. And so to go through minutes and to go through videos and to go through ARPA records, it's, so between the two of us, it was 4 hours or so.
Yeah.
Spent to fulfill that record, that request. And I don't know what time was spent before and after to do it. So anything that's going to be more than, did he say 2 hours or 1 hour in here? We had said 1 hour. I think he changed it to 2.
Yep.
And that might be where you and I backed off.
Yeah, it says if more than 2 hours of town playtime.
Yeah, and we had said 1 hour.
Yes, but not only that, I thought that you read the state law when we were going over this.
I
And
did.
because we're under 10,000 people, we can charge starting at the minute one.
Yeah, we can. He has 2 hours in here.
But we have people that can't get their own work done
Right,
because of this.
right,
And it's the taxpayers' money that's paying them.
right.
So
It's not the fulfilling of the request unless we want to hire someone who is a public records request officer. That is their job, to do that, to answer public records requests, to do the, to get things, put on the computer. The, going along with the grant that we have for, automating the records. Is that something that could be done? But there needs to be a definite policy that's followed and that is consistent across departments. Because right now it's not.
I think too, some members of the public didn't understand how this isn't there's a lot of requests that come in that take longer than an hour. They're not simple.
Correct.
And that they can, and also as actually, I'm gonna say Adam said, and after the town meeting with some people, like, it's not just towns and residents that can make public records requests.
It could be any.
It can be anybody, and they don't even have to be in the
They can
state.
be named zucchini marsupial, turnip Uranus, grapefruit barley Pluto with numbers at gmail.com.
Yeah, so it's not just, and so it, to some degree, to protect our tax dollars actually from random people. And the reason for that, I understand, is because you have to have, someone random has to be able to request if there was like a whistleblower thing or something like that. So you have to allow them to request it, but.
So do you want to, have the third reading the next time you meet?
Yes,
So it can be cleaned up.
yes. I think that would be good.
There is a cleaned up version that doesn't have all the markups.
Is it this one?
Yeah, we have it, it's here.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
don't see it.
Do we want to read it right now? Should we do the third
Go
reading?
for it.
All right.
It's 9 o'clock.
I'm not,
We got other stuff.
We have
know,
other
I-
stuff to do, I know.
I'm not that, I won't go too fast, Nelson, but I won't.
Yes?
Cost factor, yes. Discuss the cost factor.
Okay.
It wasn't in the markup, it wasn't in the markup.
It's $25 per hour.
That's the maximum that we can charge. And
Town council.
That's correct. We had wanted one if it was more than 1 hour. And he has
He's got
2
two.
hours in here.
And it's in this one.
No.
Yeah, it is.
This is what
It's more than 2 hours.
it's.
You adopted the red lines. Yes,
This was
that's
the
this
one.
one.
The other one.
This is the one that Laura and I did, that we read for the first reading.
And the second reading.
The second reading,
Second reading was the markup one.
the second reading was the marked up one. That was this one.
Determined that she would add it again.
Yes.
Yeah, this is the one that had the 1 hour and this one has 2. Minimum.
Two rules is not the word that you would pick.
The markup one is this one.
Yeah,
Okay, and we just looked at this and I
Yeah.
think we're okay.
yeah, we're going with what he
The
has.
one before the markup.
No, this one.
The one that with the markups accepted.
that's what it's called in SharePoint too. That's what it's, yeah, that someone named it that way. Town council markups accepted. I didn't do it, so it must have been.
So it's, okay, so it was the red line said that, so now you're okay with it?
We're not gonna change it.
Okay.
Even though he says 2 hours, we think it should be 1 hour.
And I think it should be 1 minute. So,
I think the intent is that you're not trying to, if there's legitimate people in town and it's a little bit cumbersome.
If there's legitimate people anywhere.
Yeah.
People who don't identify as vegetables, I will be, and, you know, more than happy to, you know, but if it's gonna take more than 2 hours, and, you know, a lot of these are really general. They're not, you don't know what is being asked for.
okay, so, do you want me to read it?
Yeah, go ahead and read it.
This is the third reading of policy number 2-2025, which replaces policy number 08-2006, public records policy. The following represents a public records policy. The policy that the select board promulgated for public records requests made to town departments. 1, all public requests should be submitted to the Department Records Access Officer, RAO. If there is no department ROA, one of them was wrong.
Yeah.
Well, can you just fix that? The request should be submitted to the town clerk. 2, the extent that this policy conflicts with the Commonwealth's Public Records Law, General Law, see Chapter 66, Section 10, or General Law, C4, Section 7, parentheses 26, or any other federal or state law or regulation, said statutes, laws, and regulations shall control. 3, the RAO will direct the request to the appropriate department. If the department is not the custodian of the records that are being requested, then the department should notify the RAO of the appropriate department so that the RAO can notify the requester. 4, requests are not required to be made in writing, or all requests may be in person are permitted. An RAO is not permitted to require a written request, but may write an oral request on his/her own form to assist. An RAO may not require a requester to use a specific form. However, he/she may suggest one. 5, the RAO is required to keep a logbook of public records requests, whether made verbally or in writing, noting the date and time when the request is received, the name and contact info of who made the request, and the documents requested. 6, in accordance with Massachusetts Public Records Law, the RAO must respond in writing within 10 business days of the request by doing one of the following: providing the requested documents, indicating that the requested documents will be provided by a date certain, or indicating that the requested documents will not be provided, with explanation of why the documents are not public. Denials should only be made after consultation with the town administrator. 7, in accordance with Massachusetts Public Records Law, a requester has the right to inspect and examine available public records under the supervision of the custodian and need not be furnished with copies of the public records unless so requested. 8, RAOs may assess a reasonable fee a reasonable fee to produce a public record, except those records that are freely available for public inspection. The reasonable fee may not exceed the actual cost of reproducing the record. If more than 2 hours of town employee time is required to search for, compile, segregate, redact, and/or reproduce responsive records, the RAO may include as part of said fee an hourly rate equal to or less than the hourly rate of the lowest paid employee who has the necessary skill required to search for, compile, segregate, redact, and/or reproduce said records. The fee shall not be more than $25 per hour unless such a rate is approved by the Commonwealth Supervisor of Records, and shall not be assessed for the time spent segregating or redacting records unless such segregation or redaction is required by law or approved by the supervisor. So the only mistake that I saw is just to with the ROA.
No, hold on a sec, on the back.
I'm sorry. I only saw the blank side, blank part. 9. All documents prior to being provided under a public records request must be redacted to exclude any personal information of town employees and private individuals considered by the Massachusetts Public Records Law to be private, including individuals' dates of birth, social security numbers, or age. Now that we've had a third reading, do all of us sign?
Yes.
You can choose to adapt contingent upon changing that typo in there.
There's another typo. It's a parenthesis. The following represents,
What line?
the very first sentence.
Oh, yeah.
There's no close paren.
Right.
And this is something that Adam put in. So I'm assuming that close paren is after policy. Policy. I mean, because they refer to policy further down. So I assume that was following.
Oh, yeah. So the policy parentheses.
Parentheses, yeah. And I'm not sure why he has quotes around it. But anyway, so that's, I think, what it should be.
One part's in quote.
So we have to put a quote after policy and put a paren there.
And this is
and I would include Valerie on this.
Yes.
I think we should, add another line and put her in as.
Okay, and then the third, we'll take out the adopted date and we put in a third reading. And it's 5/7/13/2025.
And adopted as well, if we voted.
Yes. So I will now take motion, and Valerie's name will go here as clerk.
I make a motion to adopt the public records request policy as read on 5/13/2025.
Second.
Second, with the changes.
With changes as discussed.
Okay, as discussed, and there are 3.
Yeah, grammatical, in nature.
And adding Valerie's name.
Yes.
All right.
That's on there, and the third reading, and the date is on there, and adopted is crossed out. Okay. Take a vote, if we're ready.
Veronica Cal, aye.
I agree with Jai.
Laura Schifrin, aye.
Have that one done.
Thank you. Give this okay. 4.14.
Well, before we get there, I'm looking at the, we have the Roselli statements in here, the audit statements, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. And we're gonna do this in June, Yes?
Yeah, well, we did for, yes.
Okay. All right. I'm just going through all this.
That puts us at. Oh, we just did.
I didn't read all this.
14. Do you want to?
Go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead, Karen.
I could make a motion to put out 414 to a different time just because we want Nelson to have.
That's what I was gonna ask.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And maybe.
You read my mind.
Yeah, I think I could do a little more work to.
On
get
the boards
everything
and
together.
committee.
It's just referencing the fact that I don't think, like, I know when I came and got sworn in, I hadn't received a lot of documents. And I don't think many board members have, so.
I've always, when I was sworn in for like Conservation Commission or Bylaw Committee, I was always after the board and committee handbook.
And
And
a lot of people
No,
have
this time
never.
I wasn't.
Well, and
well, for select board, no, because select board is the select board operating policies.
But so I don't think a lot of board members have, and also there's also HR has some stuff that a lot of the personnel policies specifically apply to appointed and elected boards. And
that we're supposed to sign.
Yeah, and
yeah,
there's 2 of them.
Yeah, there's lots of people that don't understand that those apply to elected and appointed boards. So I just want to, it'd be nice to have a process in place that anybody, and we can go back and who haven't understood.
Can we do that after the?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
When we're finished with the town meeting.
Yes, yes, I think that sounds good. I do think the boarding committee handbooks is the selectmen's, written by the select board. And at the beginning,
Yeah, and it seems like there's some stuff maybe that we need to go through.
there's a lot of stuff that needs, I started,
yeah, it's because
changing it and, okay, good. All right, let's move on.
Okay, we can look forward to that. 415, quote from Guardian for 5 replacement laptops and docking stations. Is there a motion? Is there a motion?
Is there a motion needed on this?
Well, yeah. To give signatory authority to Nelson Mew, the town administrator, to sign quote for Guardian for 5 replacement laptops and docking stations. And I have been given a request to make sure Board of Health gets a computer.
Carla's laptop is really giving her issues.
Do you have your departments selected already, or the people who are getting the laptops?
I do not. So I do have, so let me preface by saying why we desperately need these laptops is we actually have gotten a list from Guardian. Windows 10 is sunsetting away towards the end of this calendar year. What that means is Microsoft is no longer going to be supporting it. So no more security updates. So if there's any bugs in Windows 10, they're no longer going to fix them. So that becomes a security issue. And honestly, the computers that we have around here are between 5 and 10 years old anyways.
We bought all new computers though for everybody with CVRLF funds. Anybody that needed them, not everybody. I should say anybody that needed them in like 2021.
During the COVID time.
Yeah, early COVID.
But there's a whole bunch of computers that predates that never got replaced.
Yeah.
So, and those are really they're around the 10-year.
Okay, I believe it. But we did replace a lot of them early on.
But even those are coming up on 4 years old. They're still fine, I think. That's why I'm being very strategic about where we're replacing them. So this is just the first batch. We have money left in the IT budget for this fiscal year that I'm probably going to put in another order towards the end of this fiscal year when when there's a little bit of a better idea of how the budget's looking like for this fiscal year. And plus we need those laptops and computers anyways. So I might as well buy them now with,
Yep.
the money that we have.
When we have it.
Yep. And it's money well spent. Like I said, these computers are no longer gonna be supported by Microsoft.
Right.
And, Guardian, highly recommends we replace them. They're not saying right away, but certainly, we need to triage the ones that need it the most.
And so is there a sign-in, sign-out process for all of the laptops that employees have? We had instituted one.
Kelly has that.
And so that we know who has what computer and all that good stuff.
Yeah, when you first are onboarded, there's you sign for certain pieces of equipment. Now that we're gonna be getting new pieces, I think I'll need to check with her to see if that process needs to be tweaked to account for the new piece of equipment that an employee is receiving.
And what happens to their old piece of equipment?
I'll talk to Guardian to see if there's any recycling value to it, given its age. There could be very little. And if they're willing to just get rid of it without charging us, I think that's a plus.
But they should be swapped out. I'm just thinking from a security standpoint.
Oh, and you don't want to keep the old ones, yeah.
Yeah.
The old ones.
Yeah, in Guardian, they have safe ways of disposing of it because there's obviously information on it. I wouldn't say it's, there could be, personal information that might be on there somewhere. But they have legitimate ways of getting rid of the data safely.
I think Sabrina has a question.
Madam Chair, would it be a surplus request then for the old machines?
I think you would do a surplus request if there was any value to it. I'll talk to Guardian to see if there's
Oh, to the old laptops?
Yeah, or the old computers that we're switching out. There may very well not be any value to it.
They should at least be wiped.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They'll do that. Yeah, Guardian will do that. They have the expertise because, just, there's
Good question.
there's very stringent ways that they can wipe out hard drives that a normal person might not be aware of.
I'll just add that the library has to replace a significant amount of their computers because of this.
Oh.
And they're using incentive grant, which we get because we're certified,
Mhm.
and endowment funds. So this is outside the town's best budget, but they'll be doing all of them. So,
And what do they do with their old laptops?
well, they're a little different because they're all, they don't have documents sitting on them. They'll be surplus, like
Right.
any other piece of equipment, but they don't have, because it's all internet connected. It's all cloud. So. But town doesn't have to pay for those in the budget. So it's good.
So, the 5 laptops with the docking stations is 5,300 and, anything over 5,000 needs select board approval. So,
Can we make a motion, Larry?
Is there a motion?
I make a motion to give signatory authority to Nelson Wait, the town administrator, to sign the quote from Guardian for 5 replacement laptops and docking stations.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. Roll.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. So next we're on 4.16, discussion of open meeting law complaints. Okay.
That's just a debate on the date.
So, we have some emails in front of us that are back and forth from Cindy King and Harrison. And then stamped in on May 13th, well, that's today. This is May 6th, and where is? And this is April 30th.
If the board would like to take a minute to review.
Okay, I am. There was a complaint on January 9th.
I'm actually
I'm
not sure.
not sure. We're
I don't know which one that is.
I don't know.
But we'll.
what we're
Yeah, that's
talking
not the
about
one
here.
in question today.
Okay, I spoke to her. Mhm.
All right, so what are we doing here?
So, town council did, assist us with drafting up a response.
These are the ones from the meeting that Harrison, that meeting.
Well, wait a minute.
No, there's, yeah.
We have three in front of us, and they're stamped in by the town clerk.
You do?
Yeah, these two.
Yeah, April 30th, which is, what?
Okay, I have too much paper. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
We
Take a
should-
second
okay,
to
April
gather
30th
yourself.
is
I see two here.
Harrison, complaint. And then Cindy King's complaint. here
Oh,
on May
okay,
12th.
okay.
And May
Well,
6th.
it's May 6th.
There's
And
two
May
of them,
6th.
6 and.
Oh, okay, so should we do them in chronological order? So April 30th, 5/6, and 5/12. These three stamped in ones.
Yes, okay, so
All right.
got those.
All right,
And the first one is, okay, date of alleged violation is April 29th.
okay,
All members present at the April 29th meeting of the Board of Selectmen.
okay,
On April 29th, do I read it?
Yeah.
Okay, on April 29th, 2025, the Townsend Select Board convened an open meeting an open meeting at 6 p.m. at 272 Main Street, Selectmen's Chambers. The board publicly stated it intended to enter executive session under Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, 21A3, explicitly citing the purpose of discussing strategy concerning collective bargaining with several unions. However, prior to entering executive session, board members openly indicated their intent was broader than permissible under the stated reason, specifically announcing plans to finalize and complete the full town budget, including matters unrelated to collective bargaining. While non-union bargaining strategy can permissibly be discussed under a separate provision, the board did not vote to enter executive session for that purpose or otherwise provide public notice that non-union bargaining discussions would occur. Today, April 30th, Town Administrator Nelson New, do I say your name right?
I pronounce it as Moy.
Moy. Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't know
I'm sorry.
that.
You just have to
And I
correct
did
us,
say
Nelson.
my name on too, but I didn't mean to do that.
Boy.
Okay. Subsequently, seeing everybody else learned as well.
Right.
Subsequently admitted during a department head meeting that the board discussed non-union positions and general expenses, topics entirely impermissible for executive session at this meeting. The most blatant violation involved the board's drastic reduction of the town's trash disposal budget to only 19,700, a non-union budget item neither discussed or deliberated publicly. These actions violated Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, 18-25, circumventing required transparency and public participation. Request board publicly acknowledge open meeting law violation of April 29th, 2025. Void improper executive session, budget actions, non-union cuts, trash budget, publicly deliberate these matters, immediately release related executive session minutes, require open meeting law training for board members, and implement corrective actions as directed by the Attorney General's Division of Open Government.
Okay, I've seen this one and I've seen Cindy's.
Okay, so
Those
that's,
were sent to us.
yes.
Do we read response or?
No, I think we can just agree that town council respond. What's here on the, it says, the chair must disseminate the complaint to the members of the public body. The public body must meet to review the complaint within 14 business days. After review, but within 14 business days, the public body must respond to the complaint in writing and must send the complainant a response and a description of any action the public body has taken to address it. At the same time, the body must send the Attorney General a copy of the response. The public body may delegate this responsibility to its counsel or a staff member, but only after it has met to review the complaint. So I would move that we delegate the response to the town council.
Do we do that on all of them? Do I have to read them all into the record?
Yes.
The
Yes.
complaint.
The
yes.
complaint.
Okay, so,
Okay.
can I
We have-
read the three and then we can,
No, we should do one,
Okay.
finish one and then move on to the next.
okay,
And I think the third one,
Pardon me?
You can vote on each to have town council.
Okay, so I would make a motion that town council respond to this complaint.
And am I correct that we have a draft of that response?
It's a draft.
Okay. All right.
okay, so is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Nope.
Okay.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so then the next one is the one that was dated the 6th. Yeah, May 6th, it's stamped. So this one is from Cindy King, and it is alleged violation 42925. And it reads, I attended the select board meeting on April 29, 2025 in its entirety. They went into executive session to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation. During the open meeting, they discussed their intent to enter executive session to discuss the budget and that they would have a budget completed. This discussion took place from about 4,500 to 5,500 in the YouTube video meeting. 49:30, Veronica Cow stated, we need to come out of that executive session with a budget to present as a budget that is presented to town meeting. At 5,300, Veronica Cow said, when we came out of executive session, we should, when we come out of executive session, we should have a budget that we are going to go forward with. They remained in executive session for about an hour and a half or 1.5 hours. When they came out of executive session, the chair, Laura Schifrin, stated that they had a work session and they then presented and voted on functional segments of the town budget. Within a couple of days of this meeting, a more comprehensive line item budget was posted on the website without public meeting occurring that developed it. I consider this violation intentional as they A, acted with specific intent to violate the law, B, acted with deliberate ignorance of the law's requirements. Townsend YouTube video meeting, and it gives the whatever. And then request the select board undergo additional training in how the open meeting law applies to them. Request they stop violating the law and admit to the violation. Is there a motion?
I move that we, ask the town council respond to this open meeting law violation.
Seconded. There's a second. Any further discussion? And then vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Sorry.
Aye.
Just jumping in.
So then we have May 12th. Okay, well, no, it says that, but it's received May 13th. And it is from Cindy Crane. And it is in reference to May 5th, 2025.
May 5th again?
Oh, this is a newer one.
Okay.
Yeah. A quorum of the 3-member select board, BOS, violated the open meeting law by attending the finance. Oh, this is a quorum of the 3 members. Okay. Violated the open meeting law by attending the finance committee, FinCom, on May 5th, 2025, without posting a meeting and deliberating on topics within their jurisdiction, the town budget. The meeting was attended by Veronica Cal, who attended first on Zoom.
First on Zoom.
And then attended in person. And Valerie Val Goodrich, who attended on Zoom through the entire meeting. I, the complainant, attended the meeting in its entirety on Zoom. 2020:30, Veronica began interacting with the FinCom regarding the town budget developed by the select board for annual town meeting scheduled for the following night on May 6, 2025. She continued to contribute information and deliberated on the budget for most of the meeting. Dale Goodrich did not speak during the meeting or show herself on video. Her name was visible as an attendee on Zoom. I confirmed with her after the meeting that she did attend on Zoom. I believe this is an intentional violation by Cal. This is the 3rd open meeting law complaint I have filed against her on 2 different boards for the same behavior this year. AGO determinations have not been made on the previous complaints as of this filing. And then tons on YouTube and whatever link that was. Board action portion, admit the violation, stop violating the open meeting law, attend open meeting law training specific to their roles, post a meeting on planning to attend another meeting, to allow the deliberation. This can be done just in case, quote unquote, the attendees do know in advance what areas are within their jurisdiction that is being discussed at the other meeting. Board members can ask each other about meeting attendance and plan accordingly. Is there a motion?
I move that we ask town council to respond to this complaint.
Seconded.
And second, any discussion?
Just to be noted, both have a draft available for.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
If we give them permission to
What do I do
respond.
with that?
We'll just give them permission to respond. Yeah.
That
So we forward this
council
to
can, okay.
council, to respond.
For draft,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we vote that? We did vote.
We didn't
No,
vote.
we didn't vote.
Okay,
I made a motion.
Yep,
we
seconded.
seconded.
To
further
form, to
discussion?
draft and respond.
Yes.
So allow them to do both, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
You redo the motion.
Sorry.
I move that we refer this to town council to draft and respond.
Okay, and
Seconded.
there's a second. And any further discussion?
No,
Okay, vote.
aye.
Aye.
And I. Okay, thank you guys.
And what's this thing? Status of open meeting?
From Cindy. I don't know which one this is. I need to find out.
I don't
more.
even know.
I don't.
I know there was one in January for the housing trust, but I don't know what this is.
Madam Chair.
Can you just look into that?
Yeah.
Yes.
The third complaint that you,
Here we go.
We did all three.
the third, okay.
Yeah.
And there's an email stream here.
That was about timing of when we had to respond.
I think that it's a back and forth between the town clerk.
Yeah, he was
and-
explaining why we,
Yeah.
there was a
dates.
that we hadn't responded in time, and he was explaining that we actually did.
Yeah,
Okay,
we're still okay.
Yeah.
good.
And-
Okay, I'm not even gonna read this. Thank you.
So,
All right.
okay, so this. This one, and then. We can use these later, these are for us. Okay, well, learn something new every day. So we are at, we did that, we did that, we did that. Now we are in work session, town administrator updates and reports.
All right.
Oh, wait, I'm looking at this. Wait.
Those yours.
Mine, that's
Did
mine.
you guys look at this? Do you have this? I am just so thoroughly confused. I can't even keep track of this.
Yes, that's what,
With respect to the first two, will concern the approves release of the responses.
I've read those two.
I have not.
Okay. I agree with the response, but
You do? Can I read them?
Well, I think did you get a copy? Oh, it's right here.
And I think I have them. I think.
Yeah, that's it. Yep,
Is
that's it.
this them?
No,
Okay.
that's it, yeah.
Okay, so let me read these.
Madam Chair.
What?
Sorry.
I'm really
I'm
like,
just-
what?
It'd be
What
good
next?
to know that, the town administrator reached out to the town council for the draft.
Okay. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Yep,
So you should state it.
I'm good with the drafts.
Okay. That the town administrator reached
Oh.
out for.
Yes. I am good with the fact that the town administrator reached out to town council for the drafts.
Okay.
And does the board agree that they are okay with that?
and we need to approve the release of the responses to the first two. Correct?
I believe so.
Does that have to be a vote or just?
I don't know.
This says this, with concern whether the select board approves release of the responses in substantially the form that I sent over. So approving the release of the response.
This is pending final review and
Of course.
comments.
Sorry, I have not read this.
They are virtually identical for the two responses.
Good.
Yeah. Would you like a motion?
I think so, to release both drafts.
I move that we release the responses in substantially the form sent to the first two open meeting law complaints that we read tonight. The third having yet been reviewed.
Yeah. 1 second.
A second.
Any further discussion? Vote?
Aye.
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 All right, now you can go. Thank you.
Madam Minister, updates reports. I'm gonna go through it really quickly. We currently have the insurance questionnaire that Sabrina has sent out to the various department heads. It's an annual questionnaire that, our property and liability insurance company is looking for, you know, making sure inventory is correct and certain things haven't changed that would, you know, make them, increase or decrease our premium. So just any big changes to our operations and piece of equipment that we might have. So that's sent out, so we're awaiting responses so that we can button up our renewal process and get an actual quote from our property and liability insurance company. I think on a future agenda item, we need to talk about website content policy, what that would look like. We reached out to town council that they will be providing us with a draft. So what that really entails is, I think at the moment, certain boards and committees and certain nonprofit organizations are able to request certain things to be, published on the website. I think there's a page that, references, like, the Boy Scouts and, a few other.
Oh, the community page.
Yeah,
Community
so,
listing.
I think everything on it is fine, but you never know what some organization or nonprofit or religious group may want to request something to be posted, and maybe in our minds it's not appropriate, but they can certainly say,
So who has the authority for that?
well, I
Do we
think
have a policy?
we don't act, that's the point. There's no policy, so if someone were to do something of that sort, we would not have much grounds to sort of defend our decision if we chose to, say, deny that organization from posting
Okay.
something. So it's just to protect us in case something like that were to happen.
Can we get protection on how the links are working and how it's so frustrating to get through the website?
Well, that's a different issue, and
But it's important because it's affecting anybody and everybody who's trying to use the website.
Right, and the selectmen policies, I have confirmed that they are up and running again. I forget what
They are?
issue. Yep.
Oh.
But I know you had an issue
Last
yesterday.
night with water,
Yeah, you know, there is another way around it, you know, instead of clicking the link, you know, you can look on the agenda and then you can manually type in the Zoom.
Give me a break.
Well, I'm just saying, you
You
know,
know what?
um,
I get meeting notices in an email from everywhere,
Yeah.
okay? And that notice has the link right there,
right.
okay?
And for some reason, the one from last night didn't work for.
I had to have Todd actually sent one that I could click on
Okay,
to my email after 10 minutes of in and out, trying to get let in to the
Okay.
meeting.
okay.
So if I'm frustrated and I have to do it all the time with different boards and committees, can you imagine somebody, the public, not able to get into a meeting?
No, I understand. You know, I hate to say, I am a little bit more savvy, so that's why I mentioned you can.
Oh, I certainly don't pretend to be tech savvy.
You know, I have other ways, and, you know, the meeting ID and the passcode is the longer way of doing it, but it only takes an extra 2 seconds versus, you know, clicking on it. But
I only have a problem with the town.
but I understand,
Nowhere else.
I do understand your frustration about the link not working properly. You know, you know, it's easy to just click on it and be able to join the meeting right away.
Which is what you want for people.
Right.
Okay,
Yep,
so
so,
that's all I'm saying.
But I think there was, an issue with the link, last night for whatever reason. It's certainly not the norm, because I understand those links do work pretty well, typically. So, you know, for whatever reason, it just didn't work last night.
Okay.
So, yeah, so the website content policy, town council will assist us with drafting up a version. I think they've done it in the past for other towns that they represent. So it's just to protect us, because there's no policy at the moment, so
Okay.
anyone can request something, and if you deny it, they could say you're infringing on their First Amendment rights or what have you, freedom of speech.
I could have sworn we put one in place.
There is a social media policy.
No, for what, because we had gotten requests, that something happened in Boston or something, and we talked about it. We might never put it in place.
Yeah, there was a flag in a town hall. That's a famous case.
There's a flag policy.
What?
There is a flag policy.
Is it flag policy?
Oh, maybe that's what we did instead, but it was, what do we do on the website? Who do we allow to post?
Exactly.
And so it was only town, you know, if you, not as far as the links that you're talking about under community, but if someone wanted to post about an event, if they weren't a town entity, we didn't let them post. So anyway.
Yeah, so having an actual policy in place, I think would really
I
help
agree.
us if we ever came across a situation that, you know, couldn't really jam us up.
We don't have the flag policy listed here. Anyway, okay.
The other policy that as a result of the single audit, well, Sabrina.
That's the board okay to move forward with town council drafting the policy?
Yes.
Is there a motion?
It doesn't need to be a motion.
It doesn't need to be a motion?
Oh, okay.
I'm okay.
I'm okay, yeah.
Probably should be in place, so.
What was the other one?
As a result of the single audit with the ARPA funds, the auditors did notice that we did not have a policy on federal funds. How we, you know, handle it, how it's spent, you know, just a overall general policy. That was one of their findings from a result of their audit. So what we would do now is look for, you know, examples of how maybe certain cities and towns do it. We can have town council research it. Maybe they had done it for
Probably.
so, and then we need to review it and adopt it, because we don't have a policy on how we handle
Good.
federal funds.
Is that, I know when I was looking through the audit, the biggest federal funds was the water for the new facility. Does that apply to them? Would that apply also?
It should apply.
Yeah.
Because, okay, just make sure that they might want to have, because that's the biggest federal.
The
project.
water superintendent is appointed by the Board of Selectmen. So, and,
Okay, I just wanna
and
make sure
reports
that
to
they-
Nelson, yeah, so they are subject to all of the town policies.
Absolutely.
Okay, just checking in, because when I was,
Unless
I mean,
something has
it's an
changed.
amazing, grant that we got,
Yeah.
funds that we got for that, but I just
Yeah.
want to make sure that fell under whatever
Mhm.
policy we're having.
Okay, let me see, opioid, settlement money.
Yeah.
Saw that.
Oh, Sabrina.
Does the board okay to move forward with the drafting of the federal funds policy?
Yes, we
Yes.
are.
Yes, we are in favor of a federal funds policy being drafted.
The opioid, settlement money, yeah.
At last.
As you're probably aware, you know, there's a nationwide opioid crisis, and a lot of these pharmaceutical companies and various companies, in that industry have settled with the federal government,
How much is Townsend getting?
Not a lot.
If I remember right, we thought it was gonna be in the 40,000 range. But the first round that came out, we only got about 3,000. And this was around the time when the ARPA money appeared, that these opioid settlements were in the courts. Anyway.
We are scheduled to get a grand total of a little more than $35,000.
Yeah.
And we're gonna get the last payment in 2039. So
2039?
Yeah,
yes.
so you get it.
Little chunks at a time, and thus far we have received just under $11,000. Not a ton of money. I think I heard through the grapevine that we were gonna work with NM Cares here in
Yes.
town
Yeah.
to sort of these programs. They have very specific uses. It's whether it's drug prevention, drug education, or counseling for recovering folks. It's not a ton of money, but I think NM Care certainly has the expertise to use the money wisely. The money is kind of trickling in, so we probably should maybe invite them to a select board meeting and see what kind of plans they might have in place to use some of this money.
This is historical, but we had thought that we knew those funds were coming, and I think we got 3,000 in 2022 or something like that. It was around 3,000 that we were getting.
Yeah, the
And-
first year in 2023, we got about 4,100.
Okay.
And then they're just slowly trickling
And
in.
we had thought that we would use those funds for NM Cares. I think it's on that write-up that I did back in December of 22 or something, that we knew we were getting the opioid funds and that we would direct them to NM Cares because they have to be used by the town to combat the opioid crisis. So,
Many
that the-
communities got a lot more money.
Absolutely, yeah.
I was just attending something and I was trying to figure out what it was, but they talked about it, and the programs. they were doing.
MMA webinar, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I forward that to you?
No, but when you and I spoke, you mentioned
Yeah.
a particular community, and they got like
I forwarded it to you today when they could, because they send you the recording. So I sent it to you, maybe if you wanted to see it.
yeah, but we had thought that we didn't realize we were getting it in trickles when we were told about it.
Is NM Cares in place to
39.
use those funds?
Yes.
They should be able to, because I think they do a lot of the services they provide is related to drug addiction and
All ages or just for?
Oh, that's a good question.
I don't think it's,
I think they
it's
target.
just drugs. It's
No, they do more. than that.
alcohol.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they do more.
Whatever addictions.
Yeah, they do more.
They have a
than just-
drop-in center.
Yeah,
and,
I know, yeah.
Yeah. And they do, but I don't know how much they do for adults. Don't know, grown-ups.
And the last thing,
Spot for future use.
Sabrina?
There was noted that there's also a conference coming up about opioid.
Yeah, I think it's like an all-day thing on how to administer it or things like that.
Conference. It's a process with the payout of these funds to an organization, which would be something.
Complicated.
Like Select-Board members is interested in attending.
So it would not be me.
I think it's
When is it?
May 27, from 9 to 4:30.
Maybe away.
May 27th. I don't know. I probably could.
No, you'll see.
we'll keep it on our radar.
Okay.
It's honestly not a ton of money, so we can always let it build up and accumulate a little bit more before we, but I do think there are some deadlines or where you have to start spending some of that money.
What has been happening with it?
I think we haven't touched it at all. It's just been sitting in an account. We get checks in once in a while, we
Well,
deposit
that's
it.
good because we had to cut back North Middlesex Cares from what we were giving them from ARPA.
Right.
So that would be
So
good.
that could be used to get them.
Mhm.
Yeah. We
Yeah.
can
Okay.
certainly explore that.
Yeah, we did do that actually in the omnibus when we were doing the budget.
We
Cut
did,
back.
we did it in December when we had to get all the money for the trash together.
From ARPA.
The 200K for the trash.
NM Cares had a bunch of money from ARPA to assist with the programs.
We had, if I remember right, it was 30,000 a year
Yeah, thereabouts.
that we were giving to them, maybe 25. And the first year, we thought we'd use these funds, but they didn't arrive the way we expected them to. And so it's like, okay, well, we'll just do ARPA then.
Sabrina?
In combination with that conference, that someone volunteers to go, there is also a contact list that is kept for contacts in the town for the opioid abatement process. In the past, it was chat, sex, and the radio, and so one of the Selectboard members would want to replace that.
We should.
That could be reported to them.
I can do that as chair.
Thank you. Thanks, Lori.
No problem. What's next?
Put on your list.
The last thing I had was, if you recall, was it last meeting or the meeting before? I mentioned there was a movie scout interested in.
Oh, yeah,
in
you
film.
did. Yeah.
Lori actually,
I met them.
Yeah, or was it the fire chief or them too, right? The scouts themselves. Okay, so it looks like they are pretty interested in filming, not just town hall. I think they were talking about the Hart Library, maybe the fire station.
From the outside, I hope, for the Hart Library.
No, for, well, first of
Or
all.
are they doing a horror movie?
This is this is scouting, that they're out scouting places, right? Like
Oh,
buildings or
okay.
Scenes, that kind of thing. And, so the Hart building, they're actually looking at it because the brick and the, style of it as a police station.
Oh, okay.
So
So they'd shoot the
this
outside.
is called Super Troopers. Super Troopers, and this is number 3. I have not gotten to watch anything yet, but So there was a 1 and 2, and it's on Netflix. Again, I haven't watched it. And
Neither have I.
so one of the guys that was there, he's producer actor. He's a fire chief in Tacoma FD, which is a series, I guess, for 4 or 5 years, 4 or 5 seasons. Okay.
Okay.
Again, probably Netflix or something like that. So, I got there after most of the tour because I wanted to go and I was meeting them at the Hart Building. By the time I got there, they were out of the Hart Building. So I didn't get to go in. So maybe that was good because of mold and whatnot. I shouldn't have been going in there anyway. But what they would do is, if that one was chosen, they would go in and just do, like, build a set for whatever it was they'd use the outside, but they also probably built a set for a room.
Inside.
It could only make it better. Whatever they do.
Only if they left it.
Yeah. So we ended up going to the Townsend house. That was lunchtime.
Okay.
And I joined them, but I had just eaten before I left the house, so I didn't. But the conversation was very interesting. They were from all over. 2 of them from California was a producer, and then the guy that was the fire chief. And then Brett King came by, and it turns out, I didn't know this, but he bought a company that does the helmets for the fire departments.
Oh.
So with this fake fire chief there, so he offered him a helmet, and after they all had lunch, we walked back to the fire station, and they took some pictures there. So I did.
I know there's a pretty major studio group that operates out of former Devon's now. So, and
they went to Devon's after here.
Yeah, and they
were going to 2 buildings.
Someone up the
over
street from me had a
Devon's.
lot of work done on their house for free, so they want to fund our budget by filming at the old art library. It's great.
It'd be great.
So it will definitely be interesting.
So the guy standing next to Gary was the chief. His name is Kevin, and he's from California, and so he's the Tacoma Fire Department FD chief. And then the tall guy is a producer. And then there's Andrew and them. And there's a few. I think this one's me with them. Yeah.
Cool.
So if we really do get this up and running, it would be interesting to see.
Yeah, because they're interested in the hay bales. They were interested. It actually takes place in the Super Troopers in Maine. It's about Maine, but they seek other places for their.
You look like me.
The guy that has done this before, and Gary knows him from before, did this 10 years ago. He lives out of Boston. He's out of Boston. So there's one guy, I don't know, from Connecticut, and they were from all over. But it was a little fun versus everything else we get to do.
Right.
So that was all the updates I
Okay.
have.
So now let's go to the liaison reports. General government. Do you have
Anything yet?
Okay.
I'm just trying to reach out to them also.
Okay. Elected boards, no, public safety. Why is elected boards second and public safety third? That's not how our list is. Do you have anything, Veronica?
No, I have nothing.
You do not. Well, I do. I went to, and you went as well, but we
Oh,
were there
no.
separately. But, I went to the senior center lunch.
Oh, the open space thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
It's
they had a
specifically, you're
survey there that I
specifically
wanted
allowed
to-
to go to public comments, open meeting lays it out.
Oh, we just waved. There was nothing. And then she
Training.
left and I did an announcement for planning board.
Oh, good.
For the fact that we were having the roundtables and on the economic development.
Oh, I have a planning board question for you. What happened with Starbucks?
They got the permit.
They did.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's starting. They're starting to take down stuff.
Oh, good.
I noticed the other day.
That's just
That
off
was
the
it?
cuff,
Okay.
yeah.
But it was important that we got people today because there was stuff coming in. You just need the people. Anyway, so there was that, healthy aging survey was there.
Right.
And there was Karen Chapman was there.
Mm-hmm.
And this is about open space. So it's a really simple survey, but they would really like as much response as possible. I don't know if we have the survey on the website.
I don't think.
Beth might know.
We didn't even have the announcement about that on the website. I think Beth sent it to me and I sent it to people. I was even on the open space committee and that was targeted to seniors. It was environmental justice community, right? For the open space plan. And they considered that seniors were not environmental justice, what's it called? Just,
Environmental justice area. It says
Well,
environmental
okay, so
justice.
this is more like open space, because the questions are you an aging adult over 50? Are you a Townsend resident? Do you reside at senior housing, Atwood or Townsend Woods? Do you reside within the area of Townsend that's highlighted in yellow, which I have no idea really? What open space recreation areas in Townsend do you use? What recreation programs or activities do you participate in? What programs or activities would you like to participate in if offered? And then what do you most often participate in recreational programs? With how often it's a senior center, rec center, playground, conservation area, other, and I put rail trail.
okay.
Do you have adequate access? And it's just a questionnaire to help more service the town.
See, maybe Beth could put that up on the website. Is there a date that it has to be completed by?
I don't see it, but you could ask Karen Chapman. Let me get that up there. And find out the date where they want the surveys in by, and can we put it on the website? The other thing I already mentioned to you was the computer for Carla, Board of Health. And, okay, some of the other ones have to do with, I didn't think I opened my phone. I had it off. Okay. Oh, no, I did open it because of the pictures.
The pictures, yeah.
So sorry about that, but that's
okay.
why. Okay, and then I did say I was gonna announce the vacancies that we still have in town, and I will because a lot of them are under my elected boards and commissions. So, vacancy. Kids Country Playground has a vacancy. So if you're into that, Amanda Dwight has a vacancy. I think I know somebody who wants to do that. Audit Committee has a vacancy.
Yes, it's the citizen. It was Dave Chanel. He was on before when I was on the board.
Okay, so
way
that's still
back
a
when.
need.
Well, I don't know.
Let's just run through the list.
I'm gonna run through the list. Bylaw Review Committee has a vacancy. COA.
Council on Aging.
Okay, has a vacancy. Commission on Disability.
Yeah, that's never been seated, but yes, it's totally vacant.
Okay. Cultural Council has a vacancy. Energy Committee has a vacancy since 2024. Zoning Board of Appeals has 4 or 5 vacancies.
We appoint them.
Okay, but they have vacancies, so people out there, if you're interested in the zoning board, we need your help. Housing Authority has 2 or 3 vacancies. Historic Commission has 2 vacancies.
Nashua River Water.
Nashua, yes, has a vacancy.
We appointed one person, but there's a second person that could go on it.
Okay. Cable Advisory, we don't have one. Conservation Commission has a vacancy. Planning Board still has a vacancy. And Zoning Board of Appeals, that's it. But guys, there's at least 20 of them. And the form is on the website. And that will be the end of my report. And so I did 5.3 is what I just did. 5.4, next meeting is May 20th at 6 p.m.
Did we talk about dates? We were going to talk about dates.
Joint FinCom.
It's the 22nd, right? At 7:30.
Well, that's Board of Health.
That's with the
That's
board.
Board of Health.
That's with and FinCom.
And that's just.
Oh, no, they're doing Board of Health, FinCom, and then Board of Health.
I'm not sure if it's all 3 of us or.
Anyways.
But that's not the budget, that's just
Okay.
trash. I mean, a big part, but no.
So when are we meeting? The 20th?
You're meeting the 20th at 6 p.m.
Okay.
And then are you going to meet the 27th?
The 22nd, that's joint with Board of Health at 7:30.
Okay.
Okay. I don't have anything on the 27th for
Well,
us.
the thing is that what you have to discuss, I think, is the warrant for the special.
Okay, so 27th, select board.
So I am away that week. I'm
The 27th? Okay.
I will be here,
That's
but I'm gone the next week.
So, will you go to the 3rd?
No, I'm back to 30th.
I'm not in town on the 3rd, but I can remote in, yeah.
Okay, I won't be here. I'm not here actually.
Are we meeting the 27th or no?
Well, I guess the
I don't think
question
you can.
is, I mean,
You're out of town, you're out of town. Okay.
Yeah.
No meeting the 27th,
No.
perfect. All right,
But you may need to,
who's signing the warrant?
right,
has to be signed by,
All 3 of us.
It can be stamped.
Can it be stamped?
Yeah.
yeah, with
Okay,
our
all right,
approval, but we
perfect.
just have to see it.
Yeah, we'll scan it to you via email and you look it over and then you say, okay to use your stamp. We just need 2 out of the 3 select board. So,
Okay,
I'm
in town that week, so.
and is there a date that we can put out for the FinCom? Wanted to,
Next week would have been ideal, but it looks like it's gonna be pushed to, sometime in June. And I'm thinking it probably should be maybe like a Saturday budget summit, part 2 type of.
I won't be here. So I won't be here. That's just obvious to it, so.
Well, do you want to do that on the 10th or the 14th?
I won't be here.
I think that the only thing,
17th?
But 17th, I'll be here.
That's the day before.
yeah, I think the one thing is trying to get whatever our final budget we're gonna present out to the townspeople a little quicker than we did last time. That's my only thought.
Yeah.
If there's any changes to it.
Well, I think there is, but
Oh, well, yes, because we have to, right?
Yeah.
So I'm just like, with enough notice for people to look at it. I think that was 20 last time.
Well, I'm not here. So you guys
I'm
can
not
do
here
it without me.
the 5th. So,
Sabrina?
I have a question, the 22nd, is that that would be in the meeting room too then, and for a health meeting?
I expect so. I don't know.
Whatever you guys want.
It's wherever. I'm good anywhere.
I mean, looks like 24th, that's a Saturday.
I can make the 24th.
and you guys are perfect to handle it.
We could get, if you want to throw it out to FinCom,
Yeah.
question mark.
All right, I'm writing it down.
May 24th. And that's a Saturday. And you're gonna do 9 to 4 again?
Well, I mean, we start at 9 and it goes as long as it takes, so.
Okay. Enjoy.
Sabrina?
Similar to the first budget summit with all the departments,
Oh, yeah.
or is it just a flexible budget?
I think it's just, well, it's whatever you guys want.
I don't know what the format's gonna look like.
I think your department head should be a part of it. Because they may have to defend whatever they are doing.
It is the Saturday before a long weekend, the Memorial Day weekend.
It is the Saturday of Memorial Day
Oh,
weekend.
yeah, right, so.
Oh, wow.
I guess, I think that's kind of, I don't know if it's a fair request to them, right, on that Saturday, but I know that the FinCom budget said they had talked to department heads, and I think that we just need, if that's the case, if they're, whatever they propose, is it actually something that the department heads? Because we don't have that information back.
Nelson has talked to the department heads. I counted on that when I did not go to talk to the department heads because I didn't think we could. However, I did get back from Adam that apparently we can.
Yeah.
Which is not something that I ever considered. So I
mean, I would think the department head could refer us to Nelson though, if they were, because I mean, they have to do their jobs too. And if we have 3 different select board members and 5 different FinCom members all going to department heads to talk about different aspects of their budget.
That's a little crazy in my mind. In the past,
and hopefully we can make it.
What I have been involved with in the first 3 years, it was the TA who talked to the department heads. The department heads came to the budget summit, so we could talk to them there.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, it was the TA doing the work with the departments. It wasn't the Board of Selectmen running around asking questions, and it also wasn't the FinCom doing that I knew of.
Right.
Right.
Because it was mentioned that budget summit, number 2, if the makeup would be the same comparatively with their new budgets coming in with them.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not sure yet at the moment.
Why don't we just see if we can get it, and then
Meaning all you can do.
Yeah.
then we'll go from there on what the process and see who's gonna be.
I am. So we're done with dates, right?
I think.
For right now?
Yeah.
5.5, is there a motion?
I make a motion to review and sign payroll and bills payable warrants out of session.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion to adjourn at 10:20 p.m. Got here 4:30.
Seconded.
Any discussion? No,
Aye.
vote? Aye.
Aye.